Test,
Hey,
testing.
there we go.
There you go. Okay.
Hello, gamers.
Oh. No, there you go. Welcome in, everybody. Well, I mean, you've been streaming for like a good amount for the night. So technically, welcome in me. No. Hey everybody, my name is Shaved Tomato. I am the proprietor of this establishment. I mean, you can't see me if you're red, but I am a variety streamer as well as the owner of the Yapping Porthole Tavern, made by a friend of mine, JV Goblin. If you ever get a chance, go check them out. But tonight we got. Let me lower down the music. Actually, I totally forgot I have music. Tonight, I've got Alice, member of Silent Echo, as well as. Actually, I'm gonna let you. Please, Alice, let us know where to find you, who you is, what you got.
Hello, I'm Alice, a member of Silent Echo. Echo. As Tomato would famously go.
Yeah.
Variety VTuber. I love to yap. I love to game. Love tabletops.
Fuck yeah.
It's so great to be here. Thank you for having me, Tomato. Everyone,
thank you for coming.
For my stream who is not following Tomato, please go follow Tomato. Tomato's amazing. Tomato's awesome.
Well, if you're not following
silly,
Alice,
very
you don't
funny.
check out Alice. Man, it's like I said, it's been a minute, and I'm really happy to have you back. Well, have you here. It's the first time, but let's see. Honestly, I usually just jump right in because I never know how to. It's like trying to start a conversation with someone and realizing I don't know how to break ice. So let's just assume it's broken. Yeah, right. It's just like, let's do a trust exercise. What's your fuck you? No, but yeah. So the Ales of the Yapping Porthole. It's a D&D / TRPG themed just chatting stream. It's not necessarily like a podcast, even though it is podcast style. It's really just me bringing friends and other people in to just nerd the heck out and just chill. You see, but
I'm honored to be here. I was so excited when you DM'd me about it. I was like, I've been waiting for this.
This is my time. Oh boy. But you know what? Speaking of which, I did want to ask, especially this is your first time, so you're gonna get put through pretty much a lot of the questions that I ask a lot of people. How long have you played either D&D or TRPG, and how much experience have you had with it?
I couldn't give you an exact time frame, but I've played D&D, as well as TRPGs in general, but it started with D&D. Ever since 7th grade-ish?
Damn, really?
Grade?
Oh wait, I forgot how young you are sometimes. I forgot I'm old.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's me.
Yeah, so, like, how long ago would that be? You know, I'm not gonna try to do the math. I don't know.
Honestly, true,
That's
because I tend to forget how old people are at certain, like, grades. Aside from, like, oh, yeah, I totally graduated, like, 2010. When was that?
No, I was class 2023.
2023?
Yep.
I had to really do the math. I was like, wait, that was 3 years ago. Oh my god. And that's how I also remembered. Yeah, you're that much younger than me. Like, holy crap. Now I feel silver
I was the
now.
local infant of Silent Echo.
That's true. Wasn't it like a competition between like you and Sif? You two were like the youngest
Yeah,
at the time.
I think me and Sif are pretty close in age. I don't remember how what she is though.
Yeah. And then I thought I was like one of the. I mean, I was definitely one of the older, but it turns out, we ended up finding out who the oldest ones were. And at the same time, I'm like, oh, well, shit. That's how you just feel like, damn, you guys are dust.
I remember I learned who was the oldest, and my first immediate response was, "Oh my god, you have 1 foot in the grave."
Yeah, you're ancient. I'm like, damn, zero hesitation. So freaking funny. Oh boy. Oh wait, so that was only like 3 years ago. Damn. Since then, though, how much have you gotten a chance to either play or even GM?
I'm usually stuck being the forever DM in my groups.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not a great DM necessarily, but I do
Hmm.
enjoy like making and running the game a lot.
Yeah.
So I don't mind being the forever DM.
Did you? Well, ooh. Have you sort of found a sort of style that you lean towards in any way, either mechanics, narrative, or even in terms of like difficulty, puzzles, or just more or less role playing things out?
Traditionally, for the most part, I'm very like narrative driven in terms of my DM style, very like Critical Role esque. It's what inspired a lot of my love for D&D.
Honestly, a little bit, yeah. It's
there's always some Zelda inspiration in my campaigns to some degree. In
you know
terms
what?
Of, like, how, like I have like dungeon layouts. And
yeah,
puzzles.
I'm now sad that I did not even think about that. Somehow that went over my head, and now that I think about it, yeah, that's kind of the setup for a lot of puzzles. Not puzzles, but like a lot of dungeons, right? Like no matter how much the layout is, it's usually just box to box.
Yeah. I have like a couple of rooms, maybe an encounter or two, a puzzle or two, mini boss that gives some sort of important like lore about the zone, or maybe some item to help the party out, a magical item, something, and then another few puzzles, a couple like an encounter again, and then you have like the big boss that's been protecting the like ancient tome or whatever.
Yeah, I need to bring out more dungeons. Currently, I mean, I'm so used to running more like story stuff that I'm actually less experienced in running a dungeon.
Yeah, most of my stuff comes from story, but so when I do a dungeon, it's like a big endeavor.
Yes, those are so much fun though. It's like the exploration in dungeons, and if you can, even outside, there's just something about it. It's a lot of fun trying to be careful and just like you don't know what's around the corner and just will wail on you if you're not careful.
Yeah, I was in briefly a campaign that was very nitty gritty old school D&D vibes.
Yeah.
Where I wasn't the DM for once. It wasn't necessarily my cup of tea, but it was very fun. Where like the reward was just getting from point A to point B half the time.
Oh, really? Like like you just.
It was a very gritty, like survival based D&D campaign.
Oh, okay.
It was very fun.
Yeah, they went the classic route, which I'm more or less kind of learning is just called OSR. And honestly, I do enjoy that style of gameplay because like I kind of came into TRPG as a mix of both narrative and exploration, like to the point where we were on hiatus, but gosh darn it, we played for 4 years. We'll come back to it. Let me see. What was the longest adventure you either ran or played in, though?
Oh, the longest adventure. I want to say I might be able to get a time frame for this actually, if I can pull it up quick enough. I want to say about 9 months, 10 months.
Actually, that's really good.
It was my longest. It was my most recently DM'd.
Yeah. Oh, you were the DM for this one.
Yeah, I was running it. It was super fun. Very, very fun.
I have questions then. I have questions.
It was a full, like, almost like open world campaign that I was running.
Ooh. Okay. Kind of. I want to go. I had a question lined up, but you know what? It's classic DM fashion. I'll throw that in the garbage for now. From the time you began that adventure as like a DM to the time that it ended, what would you say from like the experience of it all, was your favorite? Like, if you had either just like one or more favorites, right? Like, what would you say were your favorite either moments or learning experiences that kind of, you know, you had started in one way at the beginning, and then by the end of it, you were just like, wow, I've gotten so much better at this. And like, were there notable moments that help you realize those changes?
I learned to not trust CR ratings as much as I did before.
Thank you, same. Especially in 5e.
I also am very wary now when using like online tools to like help gauge encounters. Because I realized, because I've done a lot more research into monsters since.
Yeah.
But I threw at my party decently early into the campaign.
Really?
I think they were level. It was 5 players, I think.
Yeah.
And they at the time they're all level 4. And I threw a Death Knight at them.
Oh no.
And a couple of them were freaking the fuck out. And I was like, guys, it's fine. It almost was not fine.
Oh boy. Oh man.
We had a couple min-maxers in the team, and that's the only reason why they got through, was because they got some pretty good rolls, and they like heavily min-maxed their rolls for DPS.
Honestly,
only reason why it was okay.
Makes sense. I am not a min-maxer. Oh no, that's a lie. I min-max, but I mainly min-max towards like a theme with like a character that I'm making, right? Like I'll aim for a certain level of power that feels comfortable for me, but outside of that, I'll be like, yeah, but I want a little bit of flaw. I want a little bit of this thing, and if it matches the theme for them to be a little bit on the weaker side, I'll go with it, right? Because that's where I'm putting a little bit of party trust that there is probably a different min-maxer who'll get a chance to shine in combat.
Yeah.
But wait, how did they get out of that though?
So I don't remember what the spell is off the top of my head, but 2 of them, maybe it was just 1 of them, but they had the spell. Is it just called Spike Growth? You spawn.
Oh yes.
You summon in, I think it's a 6x6 range. You summon a bunch of spikes on the ground that halves your movement and deals damage to you when you walk through it. Yeah. And they just kept doing that.
Dude, Spike Growth is such a
They
good
put
spell.
it in like a chokehold.
Yeah.
Where the Death Knight's only option pretty much was to chase after them through the chokehold.
Yeah.
And it was really good for them. They also had a couple scrolls. I think they had a fireball scroll. That one was chucked out.
Especially in a Spike Growth? Just set it on fire. Dude, I haven't used that. Are they a druid? They're the only class I know that usually has Spike Growth. Let me see.
I think they were a ranger multi-class of some
Oh, actually, that makes sense. Yeah, druid, ranger, and cleric.
I think the party was level 4.
Yeah.
Because they were a ranger. They were 2 levels in a ranger, and then a multi-class into something else. I remember.
Oh wow. Okay, yeah, you weren't kidding about the min-maxing. Not that it's like, again, it's not a bad thing to min-max. It's cool what people can do, especially with multi-class.
Yeah.
I just can't do it.
I'm personally always a player that I need to like have everything make sense for my character. I would rather be on the weaker side, but have a fully like narrative character.
Yeah, that's me.
Than have a very pumped stat block.
Yeah. Do you know the reason? Do you know the reason why you were this way? No. Like, was there any specific notes that kind of brought you to that style, though? Like anything that you can remember that's just like, you know what? Maybe I don't need to be the most powerful thing, or I don't need to approach the game this way.
I don't know if there's one thing specifically. I've always been into like role playing and playing like a character. And so the role playing aspect of D&D always struck me more than the actual like combat and dungeon crawling. Even though I still love running combat and dungeons and stuff and playing in them. But getting to play like a character and getting to react in a way that I wouldn't react is a lot more fun for me personally.
Ooh. So, did you get into roleplay first before you got into like TRPG, or was it the other way around?
It was definitely, I think it was the other way around. When I first got into like D&D, a
Mhm.
lot of it was like a lot of goofballs. We were like, "Oh man, look what this can do. Oh, look at what that can do."
Yeah.
And then at some point, before I was the Forever DM,
Yeah.
someone in that group ran, I think it was almost a 2-month-long campaign, but we got together like twice a week because it was during summer and we were in middle school, so we
That's
had
so
like
lucky.
nothing to do really.
Yeah.
And it was super fun, super fun. And at first it started with just kind of like generic, oh, go hunt down these goblins, go do this. But then at some point we started like getting like kind of into character, I remember.
Oh.
It was like
was
it was a really like natural just like growth into it.
Oh, damn. That's my favorite part. I know sometimes there's like I've heard stories, at least for people who just kind of go into it, and then you like the classic mess around of just having a little bit of fun. We're in a magical world of fiction and imagination and a collective psychosis, and then somehow, some way, a lot of these adventures end up with some sort of unifying moment. Usually, it's because someone ends up dead, and it's a favorite NPC.
The moment we had, because we were all middle schoolers, right? So
Yeah.
we were all chaotic little goblins.
Yeah. I mean, I'm that now.
We had a moment where we were trying to save this baby.
Oh.
And
Oh.
one of the players rolled a 1 on like the save, like the person who was going to like catch the baby because it was falling from something. I don't remember what. But they went to catch the baby. They rolled a 1. And the DM was like, well, the baby falls and the baby's like heavily injured. And I think it was supposed to be this like tense moment where like we were supposed to use like aid and stuff on the baby and use like any like medical checks we could.
Yeah.
But one of the players said, did he put the sword away before he caught the baby? And so the DM backtracks and said no.
Oh no.
And so we became essentially like a criminal circle afterwards.
Yeah. That's how they oh god, that's how they get you.
Because we skewered this poor
child.
thing. And no one in the group was like, oh no, this is terrible. We all found it really funny because of course we did. We were kids.
Yeah.
And then we started plotting of like, instead of like doing other quests, we were like, who else can we do this to?
Who else
How
can we
far
just...
can we take this?
Yeah. We've had a taste of, skewering and barbecuing. I don't know if we can stop. It's crazy to me that I've noticed. Actually, no, maybe it's not crazy. At least I've heard a few stories from people who have either been here, and people have just happened to talk to. Especially like if they're players or GMs that have started like on the younger side, because I started on the older side because a lot of anxiety prevented me from ever trying the game, right? But what I noticed was if people who are starting on the younger side, like either middle school, high school and stuff, they're a lot more willing to bring the grittier part of the game in a weird sense of realism. Like you said, it's just like, wait, did he put away his sword first? Right? And yet
yeah,
a lot
like we were all like super into, I don't want to say Doom, because Doom I don't think was in any more circles yet.
Yeah.
But we were all into like the super just like gritty, like kind of gruesome games, just like
yeah.
Doom or shooter kind of stuff was kind of like part of the group's vibe.
Yeah. And it also kind of just makes sense in the moment.
We liked chaos.
Right? It makes sense in the moment to be like, wait, did you put away your sword first? And you're like, no. And you're like, oh, well, shit. That baby not injured. That baby on a stick. I'm sorry.
Oh, because I remember, because I wasn't like super into it at first
Mm-hmm.
because I was super shy, right?
Yeah.
But I remember, the person who caught the baby got up from their chair when the DM was describing we were walking back into town with the baby on the sword,
Yeah.
and
Oh no.
he ran to the other room where there was like a big toy bin for our friends' like little brothers.
Yeah.
Came back with like one of the plethora of foam swords that they had, and was parading around the table with the biggest smile on his face. It's like marching to town with this skewered abomination. He was like,
Oh
"Hang on,
no.
wait," and he ran out, came back.
Let me just have this. Oh man, I it's something I don't necessarily see a lot, but at the same time, I'm just like, while like certain games and like certain tables have their boundaries and whatnot. At the same time, I'm also totally willing for just that little bit of this is a spice I was not prepared for, but here we are,
Yeah.
right? And let's just adapt to it as a party, because I think a lot of times in some of the tables I've been in, while it's not necessarily a bad thing, I think I've just been in a lot of tables where players tend to be a little too careful, if that makes sense, right? Just
Yeah,
a
now
little
that I'm older, I'm definitely more careful.
mm like careful and like
To doing
avoidant.
like more gruesome stuff.
Yeah. And then it's like as a GM at the same time, it's just like I was kind of expecting you guys to be a little bit gruesome. They're not so much a murder
Yeah.
hobo, but at the same time, rip someone's spine out. Come on, I just want to see a little bit of unhinged. Do it. Press that big red button right now.
Do it.
Yeah. It's a balancing act. Oh, okay. Actually, I do want to ask, what would you say was the when you became like a GM or like kind of went into becoming like a forever GM, right? Now, what would you say was one of the things you had trouble learning through, and how did you kind of overcome it?
One of the easiest questions. Not railroading my players was the kind of like big hurdle
Really?
I had to figure out. Because when I was younger and I was GMing, like in my brain it was like I have the story I want to tell.
I
right?
see. Yep.
And as I've gotten older, I've been a lot more loosey goosey. Whatever the one code is of like, make the plan, expect the plan to go off the rails, throw out the plan.
Friggin'
Right?
What's his name? Captain Cold from the CW's Flash.
Yeah.
Right. Throw out the plan.
Because I don't remember exactly who it is. I think it was Matt Colville or something like that on YouTube.
Yeah,
I
like
watched a lot of stuff to learn D&D from.
Same.
And
Oh no, I just meant same. I do the same thing.
Yeah, and he said something that it kind of clicked with me at some point. It was like, if my players are having fun, then I'm having fun.
Yeah.
And that's kind of been like my mentality as a DM for the most part.
Yeah.
If the table's having fun, then I'm having fun.
How do you deal with the structure of your campaigns now? Like, there's a certain, like, even I still have like, I'll have certain stories, I'll have certain scenes that I might want to get to, knowing that I'll probably never get there, or not knowing even how we'll get there if they do, right? But how did you, like, what changed in the structure for you?
Instead of being like, okay, I need the players to encounter this, this, and this somehow, I kind of like a weird, almost like Venn diagram I do for the like important things in terms of the plot.
Ooh, Venn diagram. Hold on. I'm taking notes.
Sometimes I will do. I'm trying to think of like an example. Like the latest campaign I was running was it started like very Monster Hunter worlds-esque. They arrived to a new like land and it was uncharted territory, so it was like full freedom in game, right? But I was like, they were meeting some like NPCs that were on the same boat with them when they arrived. They found this old temple, and there's like kind of like this wounded dragon inside that wanted their help. I was doing like a lot of like setting up pieces to get ready for certain reveals.
Oh.
And then kind of let the players explore organically what did they want to involve themselves with. They found like old vampire ruins at some point in this area, in this like uncharted territory.
That was just like a thing you planned like for them, or like they just happened to.
Like yeah, like I knew like what was kind of like around in this area. So
I see.
At some point when they were exploring, I had them stumble across it.
Yeah.
And while this was happening, there was these like talks of like this whole war that was going on another one of the continents.
Mm-hmm.
So having it was a lot of set pieces that I had for them to kind of like, because it was open world formula. It was my first time running it. Definitely not the best for sure, but it was very fun trying to experiment and have them go and find something, and then when like they were kind of done in that like small area for now, then they would find another like mini set piece, and then like one of them would like come back, one of those set pieces, and kind of like draw the players to like do something else.
Oh. Just to be like, look at this in some way. No matter how they say it, it usually ends up being like, look here.
Yeah, like keys, jingle jingle.
Yeah.
But there was definitely a handful of times when they were like, oh well, we can go do that later. Like we want to explore like this still.
Yeah.
And totally chill, totally real.
Yeah. And honestly, I think the part of at least what I have fun with. Yeah, Dara's here. What I tend to have fun with is not so much taking that completely away, just letting them know here's a jingle jingle that I have, but you don't gotta go here. This is just whatever this guy is.
Exactly.
Like pass fail, or for better or worse, because that's just what has to do with what you guys are technically here for. But if you guys want to do something else, then you know. I'm totally freaking down. Let's see what happens. Ooh. How did you?
I was very much. I was very much enjoying the setup of just give them some set pieces, give them some points, and let them organically explore them. Like I wanted to.
Yeah. That's kind of
it took a lot of work off of me.
Yeah.
Especially in the early stage.
Yeah, that's what's it called? I was definitely there with you in overthinking how adventures would go. And I'd seen other people, like, because my cousin was unfortunately guilty of it, try to take too much control over the story and letting things. Because what I didn't realize, at least it didn't click for me yet, just being like, okay, I want certain scenes to happen, right? Like I don't know how they might happen, but a part of me is just like, I would like a certain part of the story to happen. But if the players are taking too long or doing a thing, there's like an impatience I would have that'd be like, I want to move you guys forward, right? But at the same time, they like, you know, if you cut them off, then it feels unsatisfying because it doesn't feel like they didn't have the freedom to do exactly what they wanted. Right. And at the same time, now it's like they're kind of in it's like something that gets in their head for that moment that you essentially blue ball them, and now they're just feeling it. Like, what did you form any sort of like strategies or like little tidbits or tricks that kind of help you move players along with not so much with the story, but like with scenes? If you happen to see that, okay, we've been here a little bit of while, or it feels like the vibe has kind of slowed down to where everyone seems ready to do the next thing, they just don't necessarily know what that next thing is, if there is one, or if there might be something to take them out and they just don't know how, right? Like, did you have any strategies to do towards that?
So I had two, maybe like three main things, kind of in that like ballpark. One of them, I had this NPC that followed the party around. It was not planned to. This was one of those like, it just so happened. This was like the party's like little mascot guy, because it always, for some reason, always has to happen.
Yeah.
His name was Vinny, and he was a talking skeleton that had a top hat. They found the top hat because I've never watched One Piece.
Yeah.
But one of my friends.
Oh, freaking Brooke!
You've made Brooke from One Piece.
Yeah.
And so at some point they found a top hat because they wanted a top hat from him for so long. So I finally got to get one.
That's so funny. I
at
love
some
Brooke.
point I started like kind of ingraining Vinny to have like these like memory like flashbacks.
Yeah.
Or these like kind of like not lore dumps, but
yeah,
like, she would kind of like push the party, being like, like this feels familiar, and to kind of like help push them along a little bit.
Yeah.
And kind of give the party some like, who was this NPC that they like adopted?
Like freaking Navi from Ocarina, not Ocarina.
A little bit,
like
yeah.
Ocarina of Time. Except in the sense of like, the more Vinny would react, the more it would kind of tell the players, all right, we're actually on the right track in some way.
Exactly.
That's so funny because it's you accidentally Pavlov your players. This seems familiar.
Vinny this magic weapon.
Yeah.
That was completely homebrewed. It was a crystal sword that was, whenever you put it in the ground, it could rewind time in certain areas that were important to Vinny.
Yeah.
And so sometimes the players would use the sword to, let's see if the sword reacts here.
Yeah.
And if it did, then they would see like, this is important. We want to be here, or like this can help push us in the right direction. Yeah.
It's so funny if someone, just like a random NPC walks by, it's just like, why are they stabbing the ground over there? Hey, why are you stabbing that ground over there, huh? It do anything to you? Right, like why did the soil ever do to you? Kind of bullshit. It's just like...
Yeah, and then the other method I would use,
Hi.
which was a lot more common, I would only use like the Vinny one when it was like, they were in like an important area.
Yeah.
Because there was definitely a couple times like during a puzzle, or like when dungeon crawling, they would get like caught on the wrong thing, like something I didn't really plan to be a puzzle, they thought was a puzzle.
I see. I love that. They got stuck at a door.
Sometimes when they were like more in downtime, I would have some of the party, I would pick like 2 or 3 random people sometimes and tell them to roll a 4-sided die. And I found this list online somewhere of just random things that can happen to the party.
Yeah.
And I would combine those rolls together and just pick one off of the list.
You know what? I'm taking.
Have like some way to like quickly spin it to be relevant to what's been happening.
Yeah. Ooh, wait, that gave me a fun idea, especially because if people are exploring caverns, right? Sometimes I forget that it's not just the monsters that exist in a cavern. And this is also one of the fun parts of Dark Vision that I want to play with, and I want to play around with. Because a lot of times people forget that Dark Vision is not like seeing in colors.
Dark Vision isn't just you see in the dark. It's
it's still dark as hell.
Vision is, I'm glad I'm not the only one who gets bothered by it in some degree.
Yeah.
Because I definitely have had players that's like, oh, but I have dark vision. I'm like, it doesn't mean you can see it.
Yeah.
Necessarily speaking.
It means in dim light, you see things as you normally would. Right? In bright light. That's fine. Color, you don't really need to worry about dim lighting when you have dark vision in the same range. The problem is what happens when it's actually dark. And when it's actually dark is, you
Yeah.
know, not like the green style night vision, but closer to, um, what is it called? Closer to if you happen to watch the Christian Bale, um, yeah, like the Christian Bale's Batman, right? Where he would turn on like
Mm.
sonar vision, right? But it's
The like
even
white
darker than that.
phosphorus.
Yeah, it's even darker than that because everything is in grayscale. And one of the
Yeah.
craziest part about grayscale is one, you have disadvantage on seeing things, and if you're not passive aggressive, if you have passive perception, you actually get a -5. The fun part is, as a DM, realizing that because everything is in grayscale, shades of the different shades of gray can sometimes blend together. So even if something is in front of you, or if you're in front of something that has dark vision, if you happen to just be the right shade of whatever color you're wearing that matches the shade of the wall in that dark vision, you're virtually invisible unless they just come at you,
Yeah.
like face to face.
I had a DM before who was very keen on not messing with dark vision, but because I think everyone in the party besides me had dark vision.
Yeah.
So, because I think I was just playing a human. It was like a one shot essentially.
Yeah. I need to play
But
humans more.
he would, whenever we were in like a dark area,
Mm-hmm.
which I think happened only like twice, but someone would be like, "Hey, like, what's this look like with dark vision?"
Oh, well, that's fun.
The DM would kind of like have this like sketch ready for them.
Yeah.
This
Oh.
like crudely like shaded sketch where
Oh
like
my-
things were very like blurred,
Mm-hmm.
and he was like, "What does this look like to you?" And I thought that was like really neat.
Wait, that's fun.
Not necessarily like the most like like proper rules is written way to do dark vision. But
Mhm.
I thought that was super neat to like show like
He-
dark vision
he-
isn't just night vision.
Yeah. You know what? I would actually argue that that is the intention of the rules as written dark vision. Because at least in rules as written, it's just more about like, okay, do you spot something? No? A disadvantage? Okay, you don't.
Yeah, like
But
you can see where you're going. You can
Yeah.
make out like the floor and walls.
Yeah.
Certain moving objects.
Yeah. But just like IRL, if it's just a little too dark, and if your phone has like a black phone case, and you somehow have a dark colored couch cover, I'm speaking from experience. You ain't finding that phone for a good minute because
Yeah.
it's just hard as frick. Like unless you're there and you'd be like, wait, this shade of black is much darker than the rest of this couch. There it is. And honestly, it's fun because now I'm realizing. For me, you're like here now. The hash slinging slasher from SpongeBob is exactly the type of shape you would see and even scare you.
Oh my god! Wait, you're right.
Right? Because it's like from there they could see the eyes or like the little red glowing thing, and that doesn't mean that if something is glowing, it's going to be like bright light. Sometimes it's just glowing just dim enough to not give off any lighting.
Yeah.
I'm stealing it. I'm stealing that idea. It's mine now. There's a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun to be had. Because my main idea was, okay, bugs and insects exist, and like tiny creatures that are incredibly harmless, right? Like you don't necessarily pay attention to them as adventurers, but as players, being able to remind them of the little creepy crawlies that they avoid IRL unless they're interested in it, and even their character's interested in it, you can play on their senses to kind of bring them into the caverns and remind them you're in a really dark place, right? This is like and things that thrive in the dark love moving in the dark, and you're something new, so they like the texture. Centipede. And what happens when it looks like to you from a far off tunnel, right? You see in the dark with dark vision what looks like moving water, right? It's just a moving water. Okay, maybe there's an underground water source, a small little underground pond, lake. We'll find out. Let's keep moving towards it. And if they happen to roll really well on a perception check or something, especially as they get closer and closer, maybe that's, or worse, they get up to it and they don't see it and step into what looks like water. Do they realize that's not water? That is a pit of whatever is crawling around in here.
Oh my god.
Like you've just stepped into an entire, like a small foot deep of thousands upon thousands of long, like however long you want to describe them, of like centipedes, insects. What's that? A roly-poly? Beetles.
What is that? A roly-poly?
Yeah, and it's, they might do 1 damage each. That's a lot of damage. Actually, that's don't do that. That's a lot of damage. You could, but holy crap, they will. If you have 34 HP and there's 34 bugs on you, pray they don't all hit. But at the same time, that's the kind of fun I would have with dark vision, and I love the idea.
Fun. I'm gonna use that.
Kind of shifting a little away from it, because I did like what you were talking about with the what is it called? Little mascot, right? Like aside from that, like floating skeleton, right? As it became a part of the adventure, did your players in any of your other campaigns, or even in this same one, like latch on to the like these unexpected NPCs, and how? I don't even know how to form the rest of that question. It's like, did they latch onto like NPCs, and what were they like?
Vinny was my first like proper party. Like really loved this NPC.
Mm-hmm.
I had this. It was supposed to be a campaign, but I just ended up being a one shot.
Mm-hmm.
Because I never go back to it.
Yeah.
But they met this NPC called Wingleheimer, who was a halfling murderer, but he was very charismatic. And the 2 players at the table loved Wingleheimer. He barely even had like any story. He was a background set piece that I just, because they were in like a sheriff palace, like a prison house.
Yeah.
And so they were like, who's that? What are they in for?
Characters
and
are gonna be fun.
I had one of them, like one of the prisoners, jump like off the seat of their cell and run over, be like, and like offer his hand like through the bars, be like, I'm Wingleheimer, pleasure to meet. Very like try to like persuade these guys to help him escape, and they kind of did. Because the village ended up being under attack, so they were like, we'll help you if you let Wingleheimer help us.
Oh no. Terrible decisions, but at the same time, I'm all for it.
It was really silly.
Yeah, because if that was like a much longer adventure, that's such a great way to be like, there's a character you did. I know you love the guy, but I also gotta let you feel the consequences of letting that guy who was in prison for a reason go.
A very wanted murderer, and you just gonna let him go.
Yeah, the fun part about it is he's not even described as, this is a halfling. What's its class? Murderer. Like, huh?
I didn't give them much information on him other than he's just kind of wanted for murder. Not too much is known about the guy, to be honest.
That's even funnier because it's just that vague. Guys, don't worry. I know he's a murderer, but the other guy totally deserved it. And Wingleheimer's not gonna... He's not gonna make a case against that. Unless...
No, they had it coming. They were bad men.
Yeah. They were bad, inconvenient, especially for me. But...
Especially for me.
Aside from that, fairly nice fella. Did have to stab him, though. That's so much fun. Oh man. Ooh. Ooh. What would you say was one of the more noticeable, like not noticeable, like notable unexpected moments? Like not necessarily having to be funny or even like serious. It was just a situation that you had zero expectation for happening at all, and it just kind of came out of left field, and you had to like adjust.
Ooh. As a DM, I think something that I didn't expect.
Mm-hmm.
That was like very fun to work around because it made the encounter a lot more engaging. I feel like for the whole party.
Yeah.
We had in my 9-month long campaign, right? We had this barbarian who convinced the party to, when they activated rage, to jump into a cannon and shoot them at an enemy ship.
Oh.
I was like, that's gonna fucking hurt. Like,
Yeah.
I need you to know you're going into a cannon. That's gonna really fucking hurt.
Yeah. But also,
and they're like, it's fine. I've rage. It'll heal half.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Fuck, I'd let that happen.
they activated rage, successfully get shot across the water, because this was like, there was some naval combat going on during this time, right? They get shot onto the enemy ship and start wreaking havoc over there. So now less shots are being fired at them, so this lets the other players steer the ship closer in and then also board. Crazy thing, I like min rolled on everything against them. So they barely took like any damage as well. So it was like, oh my, it was super cool, super cinematic.
It's one of those times, right? Like the dice just want it to happen.
The dice had a story they wanted to tell. I know, you know what? We were all for it.
Yeah. I wouldn't even be like, oh, you're gonna take damage if you launch yourself from a cannon. No. This is where like cartoon rules go in. Like not even rule of cool. This is like some Looney Tunes like bullcrap. I'm in. Send it. Launch him. Like launch him. No need for like you have a cannon, trebuchet. Screw the consequences. I want you to do that right now.
Do it right now.
As your DM, I wholeheartedly
had one as a player where I played a campaign of Knave. I don't know if you know what that is.
Ooh, no, tell me more about it.
It's a fantasy tabletop game like D&D, but instead of being this like super like crazy adventurer like you traditionally are in D&D, you're a lot more humble. You're a lot weaker. You're like a normal person almost.
Yeah.
Inventory management's a lot more rough because if you take damage, then you take wounds, and wounds remove slots of your inventory until you can get repaired, or until you can get properly healed.
Yeah.
Those wounds prevent you from holding certain items. There was a moment in the Knave campaign where there was a forest of mimics the DM had, and we got fucked up running through the forest.
Forest. I thought forest like FORCE. I'm like, what, forest?
No, it was a forest of mimic trees.
Oh boy.
So we realized at the wrong time because the DM kept messaging one of the players that like their perception was going off. They're noticing like the trees move in weird ways. And they weren't telling us this, right? So the player was like freaking out, trying to not metagame, being like, I'm being told something's happening.
Yeah.
Like, I swear to God, something's fucking moving in here. And so my character's like, you know what? Sure, fine. So if I were to stab this tree, something's gonna happen? And the party was like, why, like, what the hell is going on? And the one player was tweaking, like, no, don't do it. So I stabbed the tree. Please. My spear got stuck, and chaos ensued soon after. And we all got really hurt, and we had to drop most of our gear because of wounds.
I love that. See, I love that sort of, like, understanding that there is something wrong here, and then having the desire to, while understanding that, you know, as a player, yeah, there's definitely something there because you're being told, right? But letting your characters almost, what's that called? Rather than like metagame, because it's to your advantage. It's almost like the opposite, where if you know, where it turns into close to like improv, where as a player, okay, because as a player that something bad could happen, and you know that this character has no reason to believe that anything bad would happen, you allow them a moment to be like, yeah, but they would have the chance to actually not only disbelief but doubt the information they're being told, and then
Yeah.
being like, let's test that information, because either you're going crazy or we're fucked. Yeet! Right? And I love that as a DM, just being like, yes, press that big red button right now. You press the goddamn button.
Literally. That whole Knave campaign we did was filled with big red buttons, because the game is super brutal.
I would play it.
Because you're not like this big super adventurer. You're just normal people going on adventures. And my character was very arrogant. So when they're like, so nothing's gonna happen, stabs the tree, immediately we all freaked out. When the DM
how was I supposed to know?
said your spear gets stuck.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, like in the bark? And he said, no, like the tree is sticky. And me and a couple other people who had played D&D before, mimics traditionally are sticky when you get stuck on them.
Yeah.
And so we immediately knew, oh no.
Welcome to the moving forest. These trees. Oh wait, that's so funny considering I don't know if you've seen the meme of this guy who just kept making like TikToks or short videos, convinced that the tree in his lawn was moving closer.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah, now I'm thinking, yeah, that's that. Yoink. Now we have
that as a side adventure for my next campaign.
I've had
convinced that something in his lawn is being changed every day.
I've wanted to play around with the idea of you don't know where the enemy is, and realizing, just like a house of mimics that I've had to go through with my own team, right? Like a forest of mimics is great, and true, like a forest of treants and stuff is realizing your enemy is not a single monster, or the boss isn't a monster. The boss is the very playing field you're on. It's time to run situation, and I want to do that because it's just so much fun. Plus, I totally trust. Ooh, yes.
There's like a YouTube short I saw, I think from Zach the Bold, I think the guy is called.
I think so, yeah.
Where they were like investigating this house. It was a sketch, right?
Yeah.
And they were investigating this house, and they were like, can I put my ear up to the wardrobe? It was like, you hear a heartbeat. Oh. The wardrobe's a mimic. I was like, but now that you're listening, you hear the heartbeat come from the floor, the bed, the walls. DM, is this whole house a mimic? Knowing won't save you now.
I remember that one. That was so funny. My DM happened to put us through a moment of, you guys are the heroes of the town. I know that one of you happened to die, but in their memory, please come join us at the manor. We will hold a small banquet, one, to celebrate the fact that you had saved the city, and two, to welcome in the new whatever delegates are appearing in the city, and at the same time make sure to honor everyone who's there. The man's let us have an entire dinner to entertain us, let our guard down, realizing, okay, this is about to become like the movie or like the game Clue, right, where someone dies in the process, and in this case it was the mayor, right? Someone kills the mayor. He's the one who invited us. Oh my god, his wife is so distraught. Now all these NPCs are all suspects because someone did the deed, right? But we're the heroes, so we're the ones who are like, you guys were their friend, please discover who did it. Only to find out, not only was the body false, but also this entire house and this entire invitation was to completely commit mass murder via a house full of
Well,
mimics and the house itself being a mimic. So we almost did not get out.
that's horrifying.
Yeah, like the chairs started flying, the rug started trying to smother us, the various candles, right? Everything, including the house itself. After we finally saw its teeth, and we're like, no, I get it, I gotta go. You keep. Turns out no one was the bad guy except for the house. Jesus. No.
You know, I love having those tense moments of you realize, oh, our only option is to run.
To run, yeah.
I hear a lot of people like don't put your players into a corner. As a player, I love being in the corner.
Doing that.
It's
so much fun.
Having that moment of, oh, I'm fucked.
Right? Because
a lot of people want to just like go down fighting.
Yeah.
But I feel like the much more human reaction is to, I need to go. I need to run.
Right? And I love being able to decide in character what type of character you're playing. Right? Like, is your character the type to actually go down in battle? Or is your character the type to be like, no, I'm using everything we have to figure out how the hell to get out of here. We gotta go. I've got my goals.
Especially when you're like in a full party and you have like one player who like is like willingly stays behind to like create a diversion.
Yeah, I was that. And so was my friend. Which is funny to me.
I've always been the running person, the running away.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like that mimic house was right after my character was the one to die, saving, like, not necessarily saving the rest of the party, but at least giving one more person in the party the chance to run away and live the next round, right? Like, I was also just being like, I've got 1 HP, but I gotta make a choice here. I'm gonna heal you and then try my best to freaking run. It's a 1 HP in a dream, and unfortunately, it just didn't work out. I needed just a few more feet, but that's the game. We had a funeral. It was fine. That's how they get you. No, but I love being pushed in the corner because what's it called? And I know that this is part of the reason why a lot of campaigns, at least in D&D, actually tend to end at level 12 to 13, is because there is the difficulty there that still feels quote unquote very real, right? Like the danger still feels against you. Yeah. And not because like after that, not many things can make you feel afraid. But at the same time, being put in a situation where you realize you're either ill-equipped or need to use whatever you have now, like just use all of it. Because if you die satisfied knowing that you did everything you could. As opposed to just being like, well, I guess they're dead.
I mean, I guess that happened now. Oh, man.
But at the same time, I do see the point in like certain fights. Double immortality achieved. I do like reminding players just how strong they are, how they've gotten by just throwing just straight up mobs at them, just to be like, oh, you haven't been normal for like 20 sessions, probably.
Yeah, like that reminder of, oh yeah, +5 in strength is like is like almost like godly.
Yeah, right. Like, oh, you're an unarmed attack. As a probably level 10 barbarian, yeah, you're not just snapping someone in like as a twig. If you punch that guy, there's gonna be a hole in his chest because he's got less than 6 HP. He's a normal guy.
He's just never Joe Schmo, and you're walking up to him like Kratos almost.
Yeah. Darkest Dungeons with affliction debuffs and inspiration wounds. Oh, love those. Warforged Mercy Monk. What is age? Hey, Sin. That's my boy. We're on the same party.
I love Warforged.
Dude, yeah, that was my face. Doing some side break. Hey, but yeah, no. remember what I said, that there's a 4-year campaign that's currently on hiatus. My boy Sin is actually on that team. I started that campaign as a Warforged, and then his second character ended up being a Warforged monk, which is so much fun, because it just gave me a reason, just being like, I want to see you punch more and more. So there are a few times when I definitely casted haste on him. I forget if I casted enlarge on him too, just because it's just, imagine a hulking, like if the Hulkbuster from from the Avengers was a real thing, except it's a playable person.
That's so sick.
Yeah, the thought of being in a 4-year-old campaign is mind blowing. It is. Yes, and yes, Rocket Fist. That's true. I did give you that armor.
That's so crazy.
That freaking Rocket Punch is great. Oh, actually, that's a fun subject I want to touch on, right? In any of the ones you either got to play or gotten to run, right? Like, did you lean towards more on, like, actually not, this isn't so much of a leaning, like, how much downtime do you think you got to have as a player, or allowed your players to have, as opposed to, like, you know, just the adventure? Because some campaigns really do just take you, like, from one adventure to another, or it's just a straight linear story that your party just kind of goes through until the end. Or was there ever a case where, okay, let's take some downtime and just either go shopping or even start inventing stuff?
Oh. I had to think about that. Usually, I feel like there isn't too much downtime. Usually out of worry of players getting bored and being like, okay, well, what do we do now? Both in campaigns that I have been in and have run. Like, there will be, like, shopping episodes.
Yeah.
You can describe them as, right? Like, I'll have a week or two that's mostly filled with just, like, the party, like, just, like, finish this, like, dungeon or this, like, kind of mini arc. And now they're mending, they're getting their strength back, they're resting, figuring out what's their next course of action.
Resting. Yeah.
But I think the longest, like, quote-unquote downtime I've had has lasted for 3 sessions that I've run. The longest one that I've probably been in was probably roughly 3-4 sessions.
Yeah. I could definitely get into, yeah.
Oh no, even like the one that I was in, there was still like stuff in town happening. It just wasn't us like constantly like going out and fighting. It was almost like politics almost. Yeah.
You know what? Social encounters is something that I've had a fun time getting better at. Like, mind you, I'm still getting better at it now, but it's genuinely like trying to, it's as much of a challenge to me as it is trying to balance out a combat encounter, because challenge rating sometimes, you know, it's a general starting point, right? Of, okay, here's a couple of enemies, here's, I guess if you have a bunch of these, if you do the math somehow, we'll need to have the party be at this certain level or like difficulty task. And then at the same time you're like, yeah, I don't know, half the time I'm pretty sure they're just gonna pull something out of their ass and just completely wipe the board.
Yeah.
So let's do that. But at the same, but with that, oh my god, excuse me, I'm having a stroke up here. No, but with that, I feel like trying to find out, like, not necessarily plot out, but get to know what town they're in, right? As a GM, just being like, okay, these are not creatures, these are characters that exist in this town. They have their own lives to live, and the players are about to step in it and absolutely give them something new. Who here does not like them? Who here likes them? Who here has a distrust for them? And who here is just incredibly afraid of them or wants to use them? In which case, how that formulates sometimes gets really fun, but also really confusing. But how did you at least like? How did you deal with those sessions? Wait, I forget. Were you the one playing in those sessions? Where you had like 4 sessions of downtime, or were you the GM for it?
Um, I don't try to have more than 3 sessions as downtime as a DM, just because I don't want players to like get bored, right? I also at this point know like my my typical players at this point, right? I know like what we all like for the most part, give or take, right? But as a player, the one time I think it was 4 sessions.
Yeah.
I think I was it was this ages ago. I was a Dragonborn something. I can't remember what class I was anymore.
Yeah.
But we had just cleared out this camp of what was supposed to be quote unquote just goblins, but ended up having a bunch of other things in it because of this, like, it was a very political driven campaign. So there is bugbears and something else there that I can't remember that almost kind of fucked us up.
Fucking bugbears. Classic.
I can't remember what else was there, but we realized, oh, they're like there's like more to this going on than like we were told. And so we came back after we won, and one of the party members was like, dude, I have a bone to pick with the mayor. He said it was just goblins. We almost died because of that. and so me and one of the other party members just went back to the tavern to just like mend, and then the rest of the party went to the mayor's house. And so we watched for like almost the whole session. The players and the mayor argue, which neither of us minded.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm so sorry if you hear my dog. I'm so sorry.
Nope. You're good.
Neither of us really minded watching like this kind of drama unfold.
Yeah.
And then after that, we had like our kind of shopping episode where we were like, okay, what resources are we using here? We have only so much gold on us at the moment. Do we want to save up and wait until like we get like the next like big like town? Or it was a lot of discussion because a lot of the dangers of that campaign was road travel, because it was kind of the world that they were in, or that we were in, it was a plague going on.
Oh.
And if you got that plague for your character, it wasn't like that character was dead.
Yeah.
But the DM was like, A, have a backup character ready just in case.
Yeah.
And B, if you get the plague, you're gonna most likely want to stay on the back line.
That's fair.
A lot
That's
of us,
fair.
We had a barbarian.
Yeah.
Who I think they did get the plague at some point, but they just didn't care. So they would just pop rage every encounter they could.
Yeah.
And while they couldn't attack strong, I don't remember the debuffs the plague had.
Yeah.
They couldn't do much damage, but they were essentially just a wall every combat encounter we had when they were sick.
That's such a good thing to have, though. Right? It's like, I know I'm not
hitting,
but fucking... I know people really like spellcasters because they can do big damage, but that's only if there's like a tank getting in the way of everyone trying to get into the spellcaster. In which case, like, thank you for being existing. Also, I'm yoinking the idea because I have always wanted to play with some of the poisons and diseases that exist in a game. So I'm into it.
Sicknesses and poisons are very fun to throw at players. There is this there's a show on Netflix called Troll Hunters.
Yes.
And there's a sickness in it called Creeper Sun Poison.
Yes.
I totally threw that at my players, and it scared the shit out of them.
The Creeper Sun? I forgot what that did. Was it like, it was against the trolls, right?
When you get cut.
Yeah.
When you get cut, you turn to stone.
There you go.
In the show, it acts like almost immediately for the most part.
Yeah.
But in D&D, it was a very slow affecting thing for the sake of like drama and not instantly killing a player.
Yeah.
Because someone did get hit with it, and so instead of doing the whole quest that they were on, they immediately booked it out of where they were and kept trying to find like a wizard and a healer, or trying to find a way to save this party member of theirs.
Yeah, I love that though.
Tension.
Right? I love that though, because you not only just raise the stakes of the entire party, one, to let them know we're gonna push on even like whether or not you die, right? Like, but it's realizing that your party cares more about your safety than whatever the frick is going on. And at the same time, as a party, you have to almost collectively decide: do we cut off an arm? Do we cut off a limb and push forward? Or because is it worth worrying over this party member, or like worrying over this affliction here and now, as opposed to like if the bad guy is literally about to like pull some shit that'll do like irreparable damage, like what's our duty of care? And the fact that they went with their party member, that just feels that feels, I loved it.
Yeah, because it totally could have just like, the party member could have just like gone their own thing, and we could have done something on the side. Yeah. Or they could have just like pushed on and been like, you know what, no, I'm fine, we can figure this out afterwards. Yeah. But because I think it was the ranger that got hit. Yeah. Wanted to keep going on. They were like we have this important quest we have to do. Let's keep going. But the party was like, no, because
I love that kind of conflict though. Yeah.
The main reason they were so willing to abandon the quest was one of the party members, I don't remember who, I dropped hinted at Creeper Sun Poison a handful of sessions before, just in books they found. Yeah. And so that player who saw that knowledge in a book was like, oh, this is really fun.
We gotta go now. We gotta. You
can't wait.
Yeah, like if we don't do this now, we either lose the fight and lose you, or even if we win, there is no telling if we'll get you help in time. Exactly. So it's like the only choice is we have to go now, and hopefully they're still here. But it's such a fun because it really is a catch-22, because likely whatever bad guy is there is gonna, unless you technically roll really bad for them as a GM, if that's a thing you do for them to see if they succeed, then they will be finding like an empty area or whatever is in there now. It will not be the person that they're looking for. Yep. And again,
because they were following this trail of a criminal.
Mm-hmm.
And the criminal is who hit them with Creeper Sun Poison.
Yeah.
And the party, instead of pushing the criminal, was like, you know what? They clearly have some really scary shit up their sleeve. One of us is already really this is bad.
Yeah.
We'll tail between our legs. As sad, as bad as that is, we would rather keep our party member alive, possibly, than one of us go down or several of us get sick and maybe not even get the guy.
Yeah.
Anyway.
And at the same time, what does, while they get away, right? They do understand now that, okay, this is the type of person we're facing. Not even so much relying on the army, but the fact they have something that can absolutely fuck up our balance completely just from this, right? We need to prepare so that this doesn't happen again. And honestly,
I ended up making the mistake of after they got cured, I made the mistake of pulling out the deck of many things. And now, probably the best thing happened where, I can't remember what the card was, which card it was specifically, but it was they got Wish for 1d 4 times. And they rolled a 3. Or a 2. And so we didn't really use Wish the way it was supposed to be used.
Mm-hmm.
It's because we so many of the players had so many fun ideas on how to use their Wish. So I was just like, you know what? Sure, right? So next time they found the guy,
Oh.
I let them split up their 2 wishes amongst 2 party members instead of just having it be on 1 party member.
Mm-hmm.
And so the ranger and the monk both used Wish at the same time. And they both casted Fireball. And while their intelligence scores weren't amazing, they were in a small cave.
Yeah.
And so 2 fireballs obliterated the guy.
Yeah, that would be, especially at a level of Wish. Oh boy. Oh.
It was really funny. Because
how do you don't dodge that either.
had this like whole mini speech.
Yeah.
I can't remember exactly what it was, but essentially like a revenge speech. It was probably one of the more memorable moments of that campaign.
Yeah. Let's just have. Wait, that's so funny. Considering the party not only is the one that gets to have the monologue, but they get to do the devastating damage.
Yeah.
It's like, are we the bad guys? No. That guy is, but he deserves this. Fuck him up. 2 fireballs at the same time. That's. It
totally should have not necessarily happened the way it did. Mm-hmm. However, sometimes I'm just like, you know what? I'll let player agency take the reins.
Yeah.
This is definitely one of those where it's like, I don't care if this isn't rules that's written. This is just a very memorable thing to do, right?
Right, exactly.
That's one of those sessions you walk away from being like, oh man, that's a story I'm gonna tell.
Right, like that. This isn't like oh no, if we went by the rules, then we would be stuck in a fight. But at the same time, even though you trivialize that moment, it was worth it because it's not something of just being like it's not like the GM was being robbed of a moment where they wanted the bad guy to feel dangerous. It's just that the danger already happened and the players felt the need for revenge, right? Like every aspect of what probably, like the effects that you would have wanted in the original is happening simply split up into 2 encounters. It's just that the second encounter is just immediate death.
It was very fun.
Totally worth it. Oh boy. Were there some of the more favorite moments where... I mean, I remember you said that there were parts where you got pushed into a corner, right? Like, what would you say was one of your most either notable or favorite ones? Unless that moment was that one.
As a player, as a DM? Or is in general?
Maybe both.
Probably as a DM would probably be the Creeper Sun Poison, putting my players in that moment of, you know what, it's a shame we have to let him go, but seeing the party come together was really fun. As a player, it was actually in the Knave campaign.
Yeah.
If I had to pick from one. One of our party members was scammed.
Oh.
And the party was kind of separated, right? And so while we as players knew what was going on fully, our players didn't, or our characters rather didn't. And so one of the party members who got scammed, they just kind of walked out of the clinic because they were a hurt character.
Yeah.
And they were given medical treatment, right? Just what was assumedly out of the kindness of their heart. However, then after they were healed fully, there's like, okay, and your bill will be this, and then this and that, and they're like, whoa, do not have that kind of money. And so the party, they ended up just like leaving without paying, and the dude was super mad. So they're like getting all this stuff together to go find the person and file like this claim, blah blah. And me and the other party member, finally like catch wind of like, oh, okay, this is where the clinic was, this and here, because we knew they went to the clinic, but we were busy doing our own thing.
Yeah.
So when we get there, our friend is gone already, but the doctor is there and he's mad. And this was I can't remember exactly what was happening, but we were in the middle of this quest where we could not have something go wrong. Like, this would have been really bad for us if it was like found out that like, oh, we had this big debt suddenly that sure wasn't necessarily our fault, but people already didn't necessarily like us as a party in the world. We were kind of already a problematic group. And so what ended up happening was, I was like, oh, this is bad, right? So one party member is like staying outside as this is going on, because I'm arguing with the dude inside, right?
Yeah. Oh, well, you actually did get into an argument with
yeah, like I was arguing with this dude because I was trying to intimidate him and all this stuff. It was not working. And at some point, I say to the DM, can I stab him? It was like, go for it. And because the way Knave works, I killed him instantly with my spear.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And then I realized, oh my god, I just killed a guy in the middle of town, in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
And so hearing the silence, the other player comes in. He's like, what the fuck did you do?
It was supposed to be a light stab. It was just supposed to be a friendly stab.
Because I just wanted to like to scare him, but I totally just fucking killed him. So we ended up we got really lucky on our rolls. We're able to hide the body decently well.
Oh no.
And we went to find another party member. Now, the campaign never went far enough to find out what would have happened from that murder.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
but
that's fun.
For like 2 sessions, the whole table was panicking because
don't find out.
Now there's one dude who knows still that this other friend of ours didn't pay off their thing.
Yeah.
And now the doctor who they work for is suddenly missing.
Oh no.
And while they don't know what we look like, they know what our friend looks like. And we know there's someone else, but no one knows entirely what they look like. And so we're all scrambling, being like, oh my god.
I love that. I love the collective party panic of what just happened is so fucked, but we do our best. No one talk about it. And at the same time,
no one was in the room when it happened.
Yeah, and no one can do a thing about it because it's just a loose end, right? Like, you can't tie it up unless you revisit it, and if you revisit it, you're kind of fucked.
Yeah, so it was because Knave you're such a weak feeling character, and that's part of the charm of Knave. I loved Knave because it was so different feeling. I didn't feel like this strong adventurer. So when I killed someone, I didn't think, oh, if I like get arrested or if I need to fight like a guard or something, I'll probably be fine.
Yeah.
It was, oh, if the guards find out I did this, I'm screwed.
Yeah, like this isn't HP kind of a thing. This is not hit points. This is I need to avoid them at all costs because I'm as much of a paperweight as that guy I just stabbed.
Literally.
And honestly, I like systems like that. I know top 10 jokes that gone too far. I know that even Cyberpunk is kind of like that, where you can literally just die from a single bullet.
Yes.
It's high danger, no pullback.
Cyberpunk campaign
I want to play. Cyberpunk Red or like 2020?
Cyberpunk Red, but there's this Edgerunners like module that's out for it.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
I don't think it's fully done yet.
Yeah.
But there is, I have the books for it. There's 3 different like little like mini books for it called, I think one is called the Jacket, which is essentially like the DM's guide for the Edgerunners module.
Yeah.
It comes with a mini campaign to help set the scene, and A few of the other things, like it adds quick hacking, like how 2077 has it.
Yeah.
As well as 2077 inspired mechanics.
Ooh.
Because the jacket like module quest takes place, I think, a handful of months after Edge Runners, and I think half a year before. It's like half a year between
the main event
2077 and the anime.
Oh, I love those. I love like the little in betweens. That way, because I mean, 2077 is V going around the city, like in and out of the city, and just being like wreaking havoc, essentially.
The craziest merc ever seen.
Right? Like anyone doing, if they were somehow doing something while V was in the city, a party would not survive that. Let's face it. That's as scary as what is it called? As Adam Smasher. Or worse, this is a person who's just in a matter of like days or so ripping through like various quests around the city, and it's just like, yeah, no, I don't want to be here with that running around.
Yeah. Because the module, you meet Falco and you interact with Falco.
Ooh, with Falco, hell yeah.
Because your Falco, his like, without going into like the nitty gritty of what the module is, because it's very fun. I highly recommend. I've run it as a player, and soon I'm gonna run it as a DM. Falco's like storage container like area.
Yeah.
He had this like little warehouse bought out, and he got robbed, and so he had David's jacket in there, as well as other memorabilia from other characters of the anime.
That makes so much sense. One with the
and I thought the adventure to go and get it back for him.
Yeah. See, I was wondering how they would tie that in to like Edge Runners, because in 2077, spoiler alert, there is that side quest after the anime came out, where Falco is the one who gives you the jacket as a commemoration. I think one of them is when you get a specific apartment, right? And then you get a jacket with it, and it's Falco who gives you that message. So the fact that it's
Falco
still the jacket
and reaches out to you, being like, "Hey, I'd rather
the fact that you get to be in
contact with you, but you're doing pretty crazy. I think he would have liked you."
Yeah, that's crazy to have that as like a small module adventure and still be canon.
It's so cool.
Yeah, because it's if the party makes it through the adventure, they become a part of the canon that leads up to whoever plays V getting the jacket in the end.
Yeah, my goal is that the Cyberpunk campaign will be a long-running campaign. And even though it's super brutal and it's recommended for players to always have a backup, I'm hoping this campaign will go on long enough to where I can start tying in events of 2077.
Yeah.
Because I would love to have my table be the ones doing the Arasaka raid instead of like V and Jackie.
Yeah.
And getting them to go through, like having them go through the events, having in some way Johnny in all of their heads at the same time. I really want to run.
That'd be fun. It's like, because you create one alternate timeline, and two, let's face it, what if situations like that are always fun? It's not even like writing a fan fiction. You're actually getting to be a part of making it with a bunch of friends, and absolutely getting to see all the stupid shit that goes along with it, that if anyone were trying to read it as a book, absolute nonsense, but it's so much fun to play into it.
Exactly.
Plus it's like in there, at least in like the Arasaka raid, you have V, who's just like a solo, right? But the fact that the various roles that exist in, like the archetypes that exist in Cyberpunk, it's just so much fun to go into. One, I've always loved Netrunners, but I found out about the media role. I just want to play that.
Yeah, originally I thought it was just going to be like, I can't remember what. I think it's called Techie.
Ooh, yeah.
Super it's like what PLR was in the anime.
Yeah.
Super into like just tech stuff in general. Not quite Netrunner.
Yeah.
But then I realized, oh, I can play as a Ripper Doc essentially.
Yeah.
So when I was a player, I was a med tech who was had their points into Ripper Doc.
Yeah.
Going into becoming a solo, because my whole thing was, oh, being a Ripper Doc isn't quite making enough eddies anymore.
Yeah.
I need to start going off and getting my own money. And they had their own
I
motives
like
for
that.
being a
Wait, I like that.
Solo anyway.
Oh my god, that kind of introduces a level of brutality in and of itself, because a Ripper Doc is someone who has experience with implanting cyber tech on people. They have a fairly, depending on like how janky and how good someone is, which I would lean towards janky because it's hilarious.
Yeah.
What's it called? You introduce the fact that like, oh, someone is coming here and they understand how this tech works. Maybe don't underestimate them, or else they're turning your own tech against you. And two, whatever's body is intact, hey, listen, they're probably chromed the fuck up. That's as a Ripper Doc trying to search for money. Hi there. I have just procured some new inventory stock. Would anyone like to buy?
Yeah, when we ran it before, our table, the DM gave us all money, and we had to buy our equipment from like a store essentially.
Yeah.
And I used almost all of my eddies to make sure my character had a Saint Devastan, and I can't remember what other cyber I had.
Yeah.
But I was like, if I'm a Ripper Duck becoming a solo, I would make sure I was, chromed and ready to go.
Yeah. Oh, that's crazy too. Especially like if you just happen to find someone who matches your body frame enough to be like, hey, can I take that guy's arm? I'm taking that guy's arm. My arm has been wounded. It kind of got crushed. I think a replacement is in order. Don't worry.
Yeah, I can't help but notice his hands are
perfect match.
Look quite nice.
Yeah. Oh my god. You end up turning yourself... Who needs a Frankenstein when you are your own?
I am the Frankenstein.
Yeah. I look amazing. You could decide how good you look, dude, right?
Very fun system to run. Very complicated, like very overstimulating, I would say. When
it could be,
running it.
Yeah.
Super fun to run though.
Yeah, especially because it seems number crunchy from the way it has, right? And then you realize the roleplay aspect of it actually like reminded me more of like Vampire the Masquerade. Not that I played it, but that I've learned from it from friends who do play it, right? Because it's a similar system of like the D10 system, the no pullback system, and at the same time, like the ease of death that can happen, right? So it's like you don't want to get into fights, but if you do get into fights, it's usually earned because of the role play that precedes it, and sometimes the expected like outcome of the scenes that would follow.
Yeah.
Chicago kid ass.
Right.
His hands look kind of nice. Like, you know what? I don't just like those shoes on you. I like the way your ankles fit on your leg. Can I try them on?
Just like the way your shoes look, I think they would look great on me.
You've got legs for days. I'd like to have said days.
I'd like to have said days is crazy.
It's so much fun. Before I kind of go into it, because I had so much fun, the idea of, we didn't really get further than like the first session just to kind of try out the system, but I like the idea of having the media role as someone who works with information, not so much combat, but because media role, they work in, I mean, Cyberpunk 2020 and Red is kind of like old style internet, right? Meets new style.
Yeah.
Like even like pre-dial-up. The media role is someone who manage information into like secret areas and like data banks that they can talk with other, um, not necessarily media, but other people who work in passing along like secret messages or just the online bulletin boards, right? But for me, coming from the idea of that into D&D kind of helped me realize that one, there is a class known as the Rogue Mastermind that does pretty much exactly what the media role does, which is they affect the story at a much larger effect than just being like, I'm a rogue and I steal stuff. It's just like, no, I deal in information, and what I invest that information into is going to benefit us later. So while I have it here, I'm investigating certain things, but also blackmailing who I want, so that by the time we get back, it will have done its work.
That's so neat.
Right? Because Mastermind Rogue, they don't really have a lot. They don't really deal as much damage like the other classes, and if you look at their stuff, they're not necessarily geared towards combat as much as the other like rogue classes. But if you think about it from an information roleplay aspect, oh boy, what they can do. And then
yeah, that's super cool. I didn't know that was like a class in D&D.
Yeah, it's one of the more that tend to fall into the wayside because it's specifically because it's not a combat class. Well, it's not so much that it's not a combat. It's just it doesn't lean towards combat as the others do. But kind of following the roleplay at like where things like Knave and Cyberpunk lean towards roleplay and whatnot, and following that trail of bringing that with like the media to the rogue. Were there any aspects of other TRPGs that you had just a lot of fun with, either the narrative or the mechanic or like character archetypes that you just found so much fun that you were like, I want to bring that back with me when I get back into D&D in some way?
Ooh.
Resume upscale.
I don't think anything in specific. I think Cyberpunk is probably my favorite system to run, or my favorite system to like engage with, just because I love Cyberpunk
Same.
as so like a thing now.
Yeah.
But I do really like the more gritty stuff, the more like Knave. I keep pulling back to Knave just because there's a lot of Knave.
It's an
that
interesting
was really
system. Yeah, just hearing about it.
I really like the wound system from Knave a lot. Getting hurt and not being able to carry as much because you're hurt is a very fun mechanic.
Yeah.
I want to try to implement that in some way into a D&D campaign.
Yeah.
But when there's already like encumbrance as a system, it feels kind of redundant.
Right? Like somehow trying to like include encumbrance and exhaustion together to the aspect of a wound system without like oversimplifying it, because the exhaustion system is a lot of fun, right? It's just like, you reach 6 exhaustion and you're dead. But at the same time, having it does present essentially what wound is, but at the same time, sometimes you just want to have a slightly like spread out portion of what the exhaust system would be, which I think would lean closer to what the wound system might be. It's just that it affects you in an encumbrance style.
Yeah. I do like exhaust, but at the same time, exhaust, from what I've heard, I haven't had any bad stories with exhaust, but I've heard it's one of those things where it's either not really a big deal, it's kind of a bit of a nuisance, or it's like session, it's party defining of like, oh, this is really bad. Because
especially in travel, where travel can get boring in D&D. Like I won't deny that. Like
Yeah.
we've
sure.
had we've had like travel in my parties, like not like where I've been a player in, where it's like, oh, you guys are gonna be doing this for like the next few weeks, and then it's, we had to try to find a way to, as a table, to be like, we're gonna do, how do we role play the next few weeks, and is there even gonna be a bit of role play, and how do we handle downtime, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then exhaustion tends to take a more forefront there if the party starts to do things that can be more strenuous, that isn't that isn't necessarily just traveling. And then, but it's hard to find that balance, like it really is.
Absolutely.
But it is fun. It's just
feel
hard.
that, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, even for my own party now, right? Because I'm in, like, this is my first official long form campaign that is intended to last for not just like a couple of months, but maybe at least a year and further down the line, because we intend to go to level 20, right? And many of them have never had to deal with what happens when you don't have a chance to rest, right? When the enemies are starting to get more and more dangerous, that they don't want you to rest because they're just chasing you down for days, and they're really good at it. And worse, if it's a situation of, you guys have been fighting like maybe 3 to 4 battles today, you don't know when you're gonna get the next rest, and you've been fighting all day. You've had maybe a few chances for few short rests, right? But now the latter half of the day is kind of coming in. Your injuries are starting to weigh heavy on you, and your wounds are either festering or slowing you down. It's time to roll for exhaustion, and you don't even know if you're gonna have a chance to sleep, that because you technically have an unlimited amount of short rests. The problem is what happens when there's no time to long rest.
I've never had a moment like that in my campaigns before.
Oh, dude, is
I'm gonna try
scary.
that. That sounds really fun.
Yeah, my party got to feel it the first time a few sessions ago, because I'm running Lost Mines of Phandelver as the jump off module. Right, it's a beginner module, but
yeah,
the Banshee encounter, where it was literally quite supposed to be, it's quite literally just supposed to be, deliver this comb to a Banshee, and if you find her, ask her about a book. Yeah, no, I introduced a thing, and I was just like, I found out lore about a Banshee, the Banshee, and it was like, this is much richer story than find a Banshee, give her a comb, and she'll answer your question. This is a Banshee who's gone through stuff. This is a Banshee who has seen more than 1,000 years worth of stuff, because she's as powerful as she was in her life as a wizard, and she still has those powers, and she's a Banshee. So let's give her a little bit of a story. And so story happens. They're in her accidental self-induced illusion that fools them into thinking they travel through time, and they meet certain things, and they relive parts of her experience that was the worst time in her unlife. They got to fight multiple battles and do basically an escort mission to deliver the villagers over to safety. And then even after that, they still had to do one more fight, right? But even before then, they had been spending spells after spells. And finally, for the first time since we started the campaign, they realized, we have been doing combat and danger and investigation for the last 4 sessions. I'm nearly out of spells. We haven't even really had a chance to do short rest. Are we gonna get a chance to sleep? And I'm like, you will, if you earn it. And I'm like, but as GM, I was also like, I wasn't expecting you guys to have this much trouble, but at the same time, I'm kind of enjoying it.
Yeah. I've definitely had this moment. Oh, excuse me. I've definitely had those moments where, like, oh man, this was not meant to be this difficult for you guys.
Yeah.
But this is low key more interesting than what I had planned for today.
Right? Because the resource management in a lot of players can be fun to watch because they can be very intelligent, right? They can be very creative with how they save like their spells for whatever fight that they might be. Then they try to save it for the quote unquote final battle of that set. But they never know when they don't know when it's coming, or whether they don't know how close they are to even getting there. It starts unnerving them.
Yeah. I've definitely experienced both as a player and DM that like hoarding my hoarding like my good scrolls or or strong potions because that what if scenario.
Yeah, right. Like you don't want to get caught off guard because it always feels like the moment you use it is then the moment that you would have saved it for happens right after.
Yep.
I'm paranoid. I can't do it. Like, it was a quick strategy for me since like the beginning that I was like, I now expect us to fight at least 3 to 4 times a day because my GM is crazy like that and fun. I will use only a certain amount of spells per battle and rely on my teammates and or cantrips to do the work for us to carry. Because the moment we try to sleep, if we don't have spell slots, I know for a fact he's gonna. If we're not careful with how we sleep, he's gonna attack us in the night. I can't do it. But
the fear mongering as a DM is a very fun and powerful tool.
Yeah, it feels good to do, but also,
yeah. Sometimes once you get down the line, you don't have to do anything. Players would just be like, "Wait, stop. Let's think about this."
Yeah, it buys you time to figure out how to poke and prod at them for the next scene.
Yeah.
But until you get there, it's like, oh boy. It's also just fun to watch them panic, and it tends to be a team building moment for them too. I think while no, there's definitely like a level of being spoiled for players to say that like I've seen tables that they just long rest right after every combat, and I'm like, you guys are gonna wait a day, like a whole 8 hours to do the next.
I've started doing this system because I saw someone online talk about this, and I was like, I prefer this over the traditional rest system, where a short rest is because I think normally like a long rest is supposed to be like 8 hours, and then a short rest is a couple hours or something like that.
Yeah, it's like 1 to 2 hours at minimum. Oops, I dropped my pencil.
Someone on Reddit, I don't know if I could find the post anymore about it. I have it written down in a notebook somewhere because I use it in some campaigns.
Yeah.
They added 2 new types of rests, which kind of adds a bit of complications to how rest works, but I prefer it because I was struggling with that exact situation.
Ooh,
where I already kept wanting to long rest after every encounter, and I didn't necessarily have a reason to say no. So at some point we switched to this new rest system where there was a quick rest, which was 30 minutes to an hour. It was mostly used to get back more
like
simple things such as like, a few hit points. If you're like a fighter, you get like an action surge back.
Yeah,
or,
like the martial abilities.
Back. You get like some class abilities back. And then your traditional short and long rests did a bit less, but were still very useful. And then you had your, it was referred to as downtime, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
But it was highly recommended for this like new rest system they made. Instead of a long rest giving you back all, if not most of your stuff, have that be the actual downtime the players do. Give the players a reason to have a session or two of, let's just go shopping, let's go around town, let's engage with the environment.
Oh man. See,
it's a very hit or miss thing.
No.
Sure, though, depending on
the crazy part to me is and I've read the Dungeon Master's Guide a few times, and long rest has always been like a little bit vague because there's the mechanic of it of doing an 8-hour long rest, and then there's the downtime portion where it still counts as a long rest, right? So someone actually keying into being like, okay, have the long rest be the downtime. That actually is the book. Like that's actually fairly rules as written. It's just that now they're allowing the full long rest to be that amount, right? And at the same time, splitting up long rest in a sense to giving it more weight in the aspect of, let's do this in 8 hours. Somehow you're gonna get your full like hit points back, right? Like somehow you're just good. All your broken bones, you're totally fine, right? But in doing it this way, you'll still like, you introduce the part of, the wound system, and through like an exhaustion system of, maybe this, like a full long rest where you have downtime will get rid of the exhaustion. But if you have this exhaustion but a mechanical long rest where it's a little bit shorter, like it's just like the 8 hours or maybe a little bit less depending, maybe that's not going to get rid of the exhaustion as much as you think it is. Or maybe it'll just lessen your chance of fully going through it. So I can see the merit of that. I may look into that a little more, because that sounds like a fun way to just like letting players feel the space between long rests, right? Giving weight to what a long rest is, as opposed to giving weight to what a short rest is, as opposed to just being like, let's take an hour a bit of lunch.
Let's so like when dungeon crawling traditionally, it would be, we'll do like the quick rest. Get things back for like if there's another encounter in case. There was one time we ran it when they were in a dungeon overnight. So we did the long rest, but it didn't give them all their resources back.
Yeah.
Like a normal long rest would. So there were still like stakes instead of going way back to town.
Yeah.
Which was also risky because now you have to go through like the dark forest at night, and like the resetting off traps is possible. This and that. It's a very fun system, but again, it's definitely
it's finicky for now.
Yeah, you have to know your crowd. I feel like if you're gonna run it.
Yeah, I think I might not do that exact rest for now, but I think I may introduce the exhaust system in the way of where that could be. That way, if and when I do that sort of rest system in a different campaign, then they'll know why the exhaust system happened in this campaign as it is, right?
Yeah.
That way you're not just like, oh, why are you exhausted? Maybe because you just broke a rib. Maybe because your leg is quite literally showing the bone and you just tied it up. And a cure wounds can only do so much. And maybe just maybe you're exhausted because you suffered a head wound, and also there is that traumatic moment. We'll find out which one of this is the reason for exhaustion. But don't worry, you sleep it off for 8 hours and you'll be fine, right? We'll give you just a little bit more than that. Oh man. Ooh, that being said, I need to take a bit of a break because for me it's a Thursday and it's garbage night, so I gotta throw away before the garbage trucks come over. Yeah. But we'll come back like what, 5-10 minutes?
Yeah, that sounds good. I gotta go use the bathroom stuff, so that's perfect.
Oh hell yeah! Honestly, it's time for like a bit of a break anyway. But yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back with a little bit more of Ales at the Yapping Porthole with Alice. Let me see. But we'll be back. Oh.
We will.
mostly back.
And we're back.
We're back.
We're back.
Oh, right, words. There we go. Now we're being back. Guys, welcome in again. For anyone showing up for just chilling out with us, I hope you're enjoying it just as much as I am. Are you enjoying it? Please say yes.
No, I actually think
No,
that
it's trash. I can't believe you would ask me this generic ass questions. No.
It's very fun. I'm having a great time.
No, I love it. I was just chilling. Kind of coming back because we were talking about the rest system and ways to have fun with it.
Mhm.
And the way you kind of described it, honestly, I really do see the merit in using it in travel. Because travel,
I didn't even think about using it in travel.
right? Because to me, it does make sense when that is the most you'll find players, getting into a fight one day, camping out for the rest of the day, and then having all of their stuff back for the next day. And then halfway through the travel, you realize your martial players are starting to feel like their stuff is, not falling behind, but there's a gap between them and the spellcasters because they only need a long rest to get their stuff back, right? And then trying to travel within the next few days lets them not really feel it gives a certain level of freedom for the spellcasters because they only need to long rest if there is a combat, right? But at the same time, unless the martial classes are doing something like maybe training on their way through or crafting on their own, then there's not really much of a way to let those rests feel like there's something. And yet, if you introduce this system where if they do get into a fight, there's no guarantee that they rest well on this night of camping, right? There's no guarantee that we just fought off some random bandits or a random creature that appeared out of nowhere. If you're doing random rolls, random encounter rolls, you don't just because they're out in the daytime as well. There's also nocturnal creatures. You don't know if you're gonna rest well this evening, and if you don't, then you're only gonna get a short rest. Or if you do, you're gonna have that long rest, and in which case you can introduce this system where they can get some of their stuff back, but not all of their stuff. Meanwhile, the martial classes who rely more on a short rest can sustain much longer, right? And it's a situation of you're still in the vicinity, within a day's journey of the vicinity of the danger you just faced. Until you get out of this, then the longer rests won't be you're not necessarily going to get the maximum long rest benefits.
Yeah.
And if you're doing hexagon traveling,
that's my way of not following along.
And it feels appropriate for a hexagonal, if you ever seen those hexagon maps of traveling.
Yeah.
Maybe every 3 hexagons, then they can actually get the benefits of a long rest. And anytime before that. Oh. Let me see. Are there any other mechanics or aspects of the game that kind of feel like they go over your head? Because even rest is for me a bit finicky sometimes.
Rest, we briefly talked about dark vision.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's definitely something, but I'm now that it's asking me, oh, what's your favorite song? And
right.
I'm suddenly forgetting my favorite music.
It's trying to remember what you remember about the game. It's oh yeah, this exists.
There's definitely something else that I've touched on before.
Ooh. I guess I can
what
shift the question a little bit better. We kind of touched on how downtime is affected by long rest.
Yeah.
How have you managed to, or not how, maybe not how you managed to, like, how do you handle your long rests? Maybe I can
It
phrase
depends
that
on
in-
campaign to campaign,
Mhm.
but most recently we would handle long rests as you would have to,
Oh.
or rather, your characters would have to think. You would have to be like, okay, we're likely gonna be safe for the night, right?
Okay.
Long resting in like a high intense area
Yeah.
I would allow it, but it would likely get invaded at night. Like, so, for
Yeah.
example, doing like in a dungeon, unless if you heavily prepared beforehand for like that for that possibility. Because like long resting in the middle of a dungeon, players can absolutely do that.
Yeah, it's just
But
really freaking hard.
it's really difficult,
Yeah.
and I feel like
Oh
I
shoot.
feel like a lot of newer DMs. I'm using this like kind of loosely.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of newer DMs, I feel like, are worried about taking away from player agency,
Yeah. I.
which completely understandable.
Yeah.
But I think that also causes a lot of ill balances to happen,
Mm-hmm.
making the players feel like, man, we're just kind of washing everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, it's here. Oh man, you just made me remember something that we did, where it was a short adventure that we did, and realized, guys, these hallways are fairly straightforward. How are we going to find anywhere to rest? So instead, my character, who was a bard, his favorite spell at the time was Major Image, and he upcasted it to
Oh.
become a permanent spell. That way they could rest. Now it's not like the tiny hut, like the Leomund's tiny hut spell, right? That you
Mhm.
can disguise it as a solid color and hope that no one finds you. This was, you're going to rest technically out in the open and hope to God no one touches this wall, right? Because when we were resting, our DM managed to scare us, being like, there are a pack of these snakes who are walking up to the wall that is an illusion. They can smell something is off, but they roll just low enough not to touch the wall, even as curious animals as they are, and just like go away. I'm like, frick, because that's it. That's the only thing protecting you from anything outside of the illusion, is the fact that they don't touch it, right? It doesn't protect you from noise. It doesn't protect like someone snoring, and it's just that. And then
Yeah. Oh.
Mhm.
Something that I feel like it didn't. I never touched on personally, at least
Yeah.
until more recently in my
Yeah.
campaigns. Was the idea of how long it takes to put armor on,
Yeah. Oh my
So
God,
if
you're
you're
completely right.
resting,
Mm-hmm.
and then like you have a team full of marshals, and now they're like panicking and like spending several turns of like putting on their like
It takes
armor.
10 minutes. Yeah.
It's terrible.
Yeah. And it's also the fact that resting with armor on can be achieved, but one, it's not going to be comfortable, and two, you might not get the benefits, because resting in
Yeah.
armor is, it's not like a bed. It's not like a mattress.
I wouldn't want to sleep in full like plate mail armor.
Yeah, like you rest in it because you have to, and that is worth a short rest. But doing so in a long rest, you got to take off your armor. Otherwise,
Yeah.
you're going to be making a lot of noise. Or two, you're just not going to be comfortable. If someone's heating that up, you're in metal armor. Good luck.
If you're sleeping next to a bonfire in
Mhm.
your chainmail or plate mail, that's gonna be really hot.
Yeah, they're not falling asleep.
Who's but tomato?
Hello.
This is tomato.
Hello
or
there.
you introduce yourself. You're
Oh shit, it's
Big
my turn?
Tomato.
Hi there, my name is Shaved Tomato. I am a variety streamer. However, tonight, just like I try to keep on regular, I am the proprietor of my tavern. Well, you can't see it on Alice's end. One on my end, I'm in our tavern. My tavern, the Yapping Porthole. based on the yawning portal from uh, and if you ever seen like Waterdeep and stuff, right? I just do variety, play some games, but I also am very much interested in TRPG, D&D, and even more so just bringing friends into my fictional tavern to just chill out and just nerd the heck out on Thursday nights. You could find me on any. You can find me in the corner of the internet. You'll find me somewhere.
Tomato is very silly, very funny.
How dare you?
Member of Silent Echo.
How dare you? How dare you glaze me?
Oh no, I'm glazing my friends.
Oh no.
Who are funny.
Praising my friends? Surely they can take a compliment. I don't think any of us are.
Top 5 challenges as a VTuber.
Yeah, right? And Silent Echo, even more so. Team ADHD? Sure. Compliments? Each other? Sure. Taking them? Terrible. A Latina.
Somehow, we got things done.
We did. Somehow we. That's our. We somehow.
I love how that became like our unofficial motto.
Yeah.
Somehow we.
I don't have a BBL. I am the BBL.
I am the BBL. That goes hard. I'm using that.
Oh man, I forgot that you could also see me like thing. And if I mute, and it's the part where I can't mute because then everyone will know because all that happens is this. And it's just me turning my back.
I love that.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh, I remember in our Silent Echo trailer, when Zenvex edited it, they had on your thing bottom right. And at first I read that as like, are they calling Tomato bottom? But they in the bottom of the screen, it was like the pregnant, like...
Yeah, the pregnant tomato that my friend drew as me. It's so freaking funny. It's...
I was like, huh?
Oh, it's still one of my favorites, just because it's... I completely forgot
So
that I was
good.
doing that too, right? Because I was just... All I did was, alright, let's log in, let's record, and I forgot, wait, no, my Fugi's in there. Well, Zen! Oh man, dude, I love it. So
my
freaking
beat
funny.
was I had the dragon lung, so I was like, you know what? I don't think I'm supposed to be able to use this on the server. So
Yeah,
I might as well use it for something that like doesn't matter at all.
yeah. I still don't understand how you managed to get all the way up to the flag to do like your dance.
Cause I had a fun steal. I had the dragon lung, and then
Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. That's how you.
I had a few pieces of dirt.
Hmm.
So I would put down the fire, float it with the dragon's lung. On the wall, put down another piece of dirt, fire, and I scaled up that way.
Damn.
And I was very careful with what. And then I got rid of all the dirt afterwards, obviously.
Yeah.
But then I just angled the camera in a way so you didn't see any of the dirt on the climb up.
Oh, okay. That
Their
starts to make
dragon's
sense.
lung
I was like,
very good.
yeah. I was like, wait a minute. You're just. I saw it and I saw that I was like, first of all, how did you do that? Second of all, we're all just glazing over this. What's going on? Hold on.
No, they can just do that.
It lived in my head for quite a bit. Just being like, oh yeah,
The
they can
dog
just
can
do
just fly.
that. Instead of talk to the hand, it's talk to the ass. And also, I talk anime. Yeah, right. I'm gonna surprise him with this one. There you go.
I love that.
Yeah. Oh man. And here's the thing. I totally phrased my original question wrong of how do you handle long rests, right? My brain thought that I asked the question I actually wanted to ask, and you started answering, and I'm like, oh fuck, I asked the wrong question. Hold on.
Oh,
But-
I hate doing that.
I
I've
know.
done that a couple times.
Here's the thing, because I was like, we touched on downtime. I want to talk a little bit more about that, about how you handle your downtime and what you as a GM have allowed your players to do when they have it, or when they have the time to do so, and at the same time, what were experience like what did you find in your own experiences as a player, as a, what's it called, how you took advantage of those downtime?
I don't have anything crazy about downtime. There was this one campaign I was in that our DM, because we all love playing cards.
Yeah.
So we would, on like proper downtime, not just long rests, but like downtime.
Yeah.
In this campaign, the DM would let us play blackjack against him, and if the majority of the party could win a round, because it would be like a one-on-one, one-on-one, one-on-one.
Really?
And so if the majority of the party could win against him,
Mm-hmm.
then we would all gain an inspiration.
Oh.
And it was very fun, very nice. The issue is, he totally would rig it, like, all the time. Not necessarily as a, like, oh, you're not winning this, but to kind of, like, add this, like, dramatic flair, I guess, to it. It was very fun. But as a GM, I don't really do anything too, like, I don't really add anything to do anything crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Traditionally, that's when I have, like, the players, like, go shopping, fill back up on potions when they need, talk around to NPCs, learn about any, like, possible side quests, or interact with NPCs they were curious about before. I had one time a player get into a drunken brawl consensually. It wasn't like the tavern fought.
Yeah.
His player was an orc barbarian, and he challenged this other dude in the bar to a drinking contest, and he put like all his gold on the line. He won, and the dude got mad and said double or nothing, and kind of like raised his fists. And both characters were super drunk, right? So it was like, fuck it! And so there was a drunk brawl in the middle of the tavern, and the players all around, and like on the call kept like chanting. It was really fun.
I love those. See, that's the part of like what I do definitely like about downtime, because it's
the silly moments.
Yeah, rules as written, there are actually things like carousing, right? Like, oh, while your friend is doing their crafting, you are gaining money through either gambling or spending money through just various nights out and like bar hopping, right? And it's a lot of fun, but at the same time, mechanically, where's the fun in that? Right? Where you're just like rolling of like, well, you have caroused successfully. You have had moments of slutness over the night. Congratulations. Thou hast done the orgy successfully.
The orgy.
In which case it's like, you know, maybe we slow it down a little further and we let them just have like that first night of roleplay to see how it happens. Because I feel like letting them not even just like latch onto one character of letting them have one latch onto like one character or like one bar fight, they actually end up bonding with the town in a form of like reputation and just moments that like things like this happen.
A story I heard, this isn't a situation I ever like was in, but there was this situation that I heard about where, because the town, so the adventurers were like criminals or something technically, but they weren't actually like bad people. But it was this kind of whole propaganda parade against the players and the party. But because they were in town for a while, eventually the town warmed up to them and really started to like them. But then when like the King's Guard found out that, oh, this party we've been after is here, the town like went to bat against like the soldiers for them. Because of like all like the downtime they did and like bonding. I was like, that's so cool. That's
right.
I love D&D for like those moments.
Right, like somehow you have helped this town, and then the king has something against them, has like a grudge, and all of that effort suddenly goes away, and it's like, nah, they earn their place in the town. They are they planted their feet and taken roots in here. We should let all of their efforts be rewarded with something that they either did not expect, especially if it ends up being a portion of what's it called? All those moments of downtime end up building up to like some sort of um, necessary rising up moment, right? Like if you've ever watched Critical Role, the moment where they built up an entire town over the course of 2 to 3 sessions or so to being like, let's have a small little revolution because the people we're revolting against are a couple of vampires, right? Because they actually inspire something into the townsfolk more than just we did this for money. Like no, we did this because we actually like you people, and also, you know what? We kind of like you guys too. Fuck them. Fuck these guys. Who are these guys? We don't know them.
Let's get them.
Yeah, get their kneecaps. Ah!
I had a GM before, when we took time in a town for a few sessions. It was like kind of like a hub area. It was a big city.
Yeah.
So we kept coming back to like this one corner of the city for a downtime, and eventually, we at some point met this old lady.
Yeah.
And she was a wonderful character, but as sessions went on, we didn't really catch on for a while.
Yeah.
But for a few of the sessions, interactions with her grew shorter, and so and so. And eventually, we came back, and one of the party members is like, "Oh, I want to go meet Grandma."
Oh no.
And we got news that she passed away.
Yeah.
And the party was devastated.
God, oh man, that feels heavy because it
was like over the course of I think of 5-ish different sessions. We kept coming back to see like, oh, this sweet old lady, she's wonderful.
Yeah.
And then she just passed away because she was old.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh,
and
that's so sad.
Yeah, that sucks even more because it's like this isn't one of those moments where someone saw that the party cared for an NPC and took it away from them, and now the party has someone to have a grudge against on. This is just natural aging. There's literally nothing you can do about it and no one else to blame, and so you're just stuck there with emotions, and you're like, fuck. You can't even revivify because that doesn't work. That's fun.
Yeah.
Did you guys?
Yeah, the more dedicated players to interact with downtime, the more it may actually impact the game. I love when my players interact with like the world. I understand that like role playing isn't for everyone, and I usually don't try to like push that on people.
Yeah.
But I love when players like poke and prod, being like, "Oh, how does this world tick?"
You blame the DM for deciding to happen. That's true. You DM.
My
She's
grandma
supposed to live
passed
forever.
away, and I, instead of grieving, just got mad at the GM of life.
How could you do this? How could you do this? Like you were supposed to be. You weren't supposed to stay in the town. She was just going to die. But you kept coming back. Oh man. But I love that though, and it's. Ooh, when it happened, because you were a player in this in that event, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When that happened, did you and the party end up having like moments where you kind of looked back and realized, wait, there were definitely signs when she was just like going, right? Like she was like getting weaker and weaker.
It wasn't like anything super obvious, but some of the players definitely point out, it's like, oh man, that makes sense. Like why like. The last couple interactions, she kind of like started like dismiss us at the end because she was tired. She wanted to just like rest. It makes sense, and the campaign didn't go too much further past this.
Yeah,
but my character, I was playing a Warforged, who for a lot of the campaign so far was essentially just an arm for hire for the party. But seeing as like this old lady that the party all loved, and then the party started grieving. My character started to be like, oh man, the party's sad, and now I'm sad for some reason.
Yeah.
I love being like a creature that like develops feelings. I play that trope constantly whenever I can, and that was like the campaign that like
My character in the
really
SMP.
got that like, oh, this is fun to do. Because
Yeah,
originally this was pretty old. This
yeah,
campaign.
yeah.
Originally, I just wanted to be because I just learned about Forges, so I was like, oh, I want to be just this like robot that's just like here for the party.
Hey, and you sometimes a lot of times it's like you end up being like Pinocchio. And it's funny because that was basically my character in the SMP of like
Same.
learning emotions, and that's how we had our endings. But then for mine, when my Warforged was one of my first two characters. Like I had one as a druid and one as a Warforged artificer, right? But I actually skipped over them being like, oh, they're learning emotions. Like, no. I want a character that actually already learned it, and the repercussions of becoming that level of sentience, right? Because in game, while he's a lot older than his memories allow, right? Like he only has like he's kind of like Pinocchio, but in the sense of like he's 8 years old, not mentally, but existence wise. He's had 8 years of experiencing being the only one of his kind in a guild full of artificers who work with people, repairing their tools and whatnot, and bringing their families to shop along the little knickknacks and tools that the guild makes. And eventually he has to come to realize, wait, okay, now I'm coming to understand what emotions are. But now I have to deal with the fact that I'm not a real boy. I'm not a real boy.
Oh.
And the understanding that not only am I the only one of my kind, as far as I know, but I can never have what these people have. I don't know what it means to have a family. I don't know what's gonna go here. What am I to do with this? And so, the price for having emotions is understanding that where you are might hurt the most because not having them saved you from the pain of realizing that you are the one that just does not belong here.
Man, that's so cool.
Yeah, but I like the. Oh, I don't feel much on my own. I only tend to feel emotions when people around me are feeling them. Thus, I want to make people around me happy because it makes me happy. That's fairly empathetic, though, like an empath kind of a way. And it's like I get that to an extent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That weirdly almost ties into the if my player's happy, I'm happy.
I'm happy, and if
Which
we're
is
having a
actually
good time,
like one of the best things of like advice I've ever heard, even if it wasn't directly towards me, just in a video.
yeah,
Like
same.
as a DM, that is so important to like try to hold on to.
Yeah, because putting that as like near if not the top priority is where you start to relax as a dungeon master and let things start to play out. Like it feels like you can finally let not only yourself breathe but also your campaign. Because I want to be happy, sure. See, yeah. And man, you talked earlier about like trying to balance out downtime and not letting things happen too much, right? Like 3 to 4 sessions. Honestly,
Yeah.
When you said that, I totally felt it because my players are are a lot more investigative than I had expected, right? They spent 4 sessions asking heaps and questions and investigating information within the town and about themselves to other people. They have split the party more times than I can count for the sake of information and not for combat. And I was like, guys, it's been like 3 to 4 sessions. Am I getting a little bit antsy that you're either getting bored or I need to do some combat and throw some spice in here because I want you to use your toys that you've got them.
Yeah, right.
They were just having fun. I think a part of them were definitely having fun making me play a bunch of these NPCs and understanding that there will be times when all these NPCs will gather and I have to play all of them at the same time. but I did definitely enjoy letting them become a part of the town, even if it's just like early game, because the artificer wanted to just create their steel defender, and it's just like, I want to use the public blacksmith area because it's the only place it can work. Great, you've just introduced a lot of these people to something that they're not used to seeing. You might be able, like, rather than like, you might be able to make some money by actually holding some sort of like courses over to teaching them something new and giving them ideas. We'll pay you. And then someone else is just like, well, I'm part of this criminal organization and the rest of the party doesn't know. Let's do something with that. Great. And another one is just like, I'm gonna throw a slurs at this guy and get kicked out of the blacksmith. All right, fair. Okay. We'll fix that later.
It's so funny.
Right? And it's fun to realize that they actually sometimes create their own adventures because of it.
Yeah. It's not just it's literally not just what you have, like, whatever, like, wild goose chase you send them on sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
From personal experience and what I've just heard as a GM, some of the best moments of a campaign can come from maybe not necessarily like the downtime itself, but the interactions between the party.
Yes. And just
like
listening
what,
to them.
Oh, I didn't ever think of like a player like trying to do this before. That was really cool. Like being in this like situation and seeing someone pull out like the spell and use it in a way that I've never like seen before, or interact with an NPC in a way that I never thought to interact with an NPC before.
Yeah, and then like you realize something from like the DM standpoint. You're like, oh, I want to try this as a player, and the next time I do, if I ever do,
if I ever do,
please, if I ever do, because especially like when they care enough that they do some, like what we do, or we said that we actually prefer to do is when you start to choose abilities and builds that are suboptimal, right? You stop, like, at some point you as a player or as a GM witness players be more invested in the story and the world that they're fictionally living in, that they actually choose against what would make them more powerful for the sake of making the life of a fictional character just a little bit better. And it's crazy to see happen.
No, actually,
like, I can't even describe it just outside of context. It's like, oh, well, shit.
Like the immersion bits of D&D are some of my personal favorites, and
they
seeing
really are.
A whole party engage with stuff like that, super fun.
Ooh. And then speaking of which, what were some moments where you realized when the party stopped being a party and became a family, in italics?
There was there's a few moments that I can think of. I'm trying to think of like what was like probably like the one. Probably same campaign as the 9-month long campaign, Creeper Sun Poison scandal. That party. Probably a little while before that happened, one of the characters' backstories came to play, and the party was and the arc they were currently in was very Bloodborne-esque. They were in a city that was filled with this like plague that turned the dead into these like beasts. So it was very like a Bloodborne-esque thing, but one of the party members was from the city canonically, and so he was like really wanting to find his parents.
Oh, sick.
And some of the party members who like for a while have been very like just like our party is like for business, like we work as a machine because we all share like common like goals of wanting to like from point A to point B type of thing.
Yeah.
But it was in the city when one of those characters, because the guy who wanted to go find his parents, was like, I don't want to slow the party down, but my parents are here somewhere. I need to go find them. I need to know if they're still alive. And everyone was like in agreement of we need to do this quest that we're like being paid for. This is why we're here, right? We need to do this. But one of the party members who was like very like, oh, we're not friendship business, was, if I can't remember the exact conversation.
Yeah.
They're like, if my parents were here, I would absolutely want to ditch the quest. Do we just want to say fuck it and come back to this if we can? Because the party already like knew like the sickness was very serious.
Yep.
One on step could like lead to a very bad situation. And the party was like, yeah, same. If my parents were here, I would want to go looking for them pronto.
Damn.
And so the party just ditched the dude that they were paid to protect. Dude died, by the way.
You know what? It sucks, but he's not their parent. It hurts. Like
exactly. The dude was also like an arrogant asshole. He was.
You know
like,
what?
It was a whole.
You know what? Understandable.
Thing.
Oops. Oopsie doopsie.
So it wasn't like a bad feeling thing, but it did spark drama later.
Yeah.
That this dude died.
Yeah.
And was revealed that the party just fucking left him.
Yeah.
But the party, it was barely like a discussion of like, no, but we have this quest that like this could have turned badly, which it totally did.
Yeah.
If we abandon him, they were just like, let's go find their parents. Let's see if their family's still alive.
It's what I love about the moment like that.
It was that bond moment in the party where it seemed, I think there, as from my GM perspective at least, that's where it seemed like it clicked, where they all had the same like thought process. They all had the same understanding of, if I was this person, I would not want to be doing this right now. I wouldn't find my family. Yeah, they
stepped back from the game and stepped into the world. Moment. Like, what I love about a moment like this is realizing one, many times, like especially classic adventure, you're building up your wealth and you're building up your power because you want to be the heroes of your adventure. You want to be powerful and well renowned, right? But at the same time, sometimes there hits a point of, you want something that feels a little bit more like weighted with gravity, right? That is what lies beyond the adventure. And this is one of those moments where you realize sometimes it's not about being the hero, and sometimes like you realize that you aren't the hero. You're just someone living in a world where things happen, and it's just a point of, do you lose yourself? Like, do you allow yourself to continue the journey and lose what's really important to you, or do you abandon the journey for the sake of keeping what you care about most? And in this case, they decided, I know that this disease is happening. This guy is a certain way, and we can talk about the morality, however which way it goes. But the one thing that is constant is that my family is here, and they matter more than whatever the fuck this guy is talking about, right? Like, consequences be damned, we'll deal with it. I just want to know my parents are okay. And I fully respect that decision, because it's not about being a hero, it's just being a part of a family.
It was very human.
Exactly.
In a world filled with glory and awesome fights and tension, it was a very human moment.
Because no encounter or battle will compare to the panic you'll feel when your characters, not even just like backstory, but like the things that your character cares about, is just that close away from a possible like disease, death, or like danger, right? It just sets off alarms in you. and it's such a defining moment, and I love it.
Yeah,
You know?
a very fun campaign.
Yeah.
I was. It didn't end like it didn't have a proper end. It was one of those situations where we just never got back to it, unfortunately.
Yeah. But it was satisfying along the way.
So many great memories from that campaign specifically.
Yeah. Honestly, being able to end a campaign, like reaching a campaign end, like the end of a story, no matter what, if like even if you're not saving the world, reaching like a proper campaign ending feels so satisfying and is also incredibly rare.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah. If you
plethora of campaigns just end due to work schedules down aligning, or oh, I'm not busy this week, this or that.
Schedule changes, problems, interparty conflicts. I was about to say intercourse. I'm like, excuse me? Interparty course. Oh no. Oh no. But
what campaigns are you playing?
Yeah, I don't. This is the After Dark campaigns. Oh no, Swords and Lesbians. That's a different type of book.
What do you call a tragic backstory if it happened in the story?
Oh, see the build up to one.
The build up to.
Yeah, that's when you're building it into like this is the character's prologue. They're playing in a next campaign.
Yeah, I think this might be a weird take. I think no, not for every campaign, but traditionally, I think I would rather have a kind of a party wipe than the whole oh we can't like get together again moment, because then everything's so wrapped up in maybe not like in a very satisfying way, but there's still like the book is closed on that party still, right?
Yeah. Oh, do you mean like?
No.
Do you mean like being like I would rather our party just completely wipes because the story ends there, as opposed to us never getting the chance to continue.
Never seen a conclusion.
Yeah, no, I totally feel that. I think I actually don't think that that's much of a hot take. I think that that's a fair party conclusion to have, because you know that they can't have anything. All you can do is be like, man, now as a story the campaign ends there, but just because if the GM continues to have adventures take place in either the future of that, now they have a legend of a campaign and the aftermaths of it, of a party that had previously saved these towns. You can let this new party that the players are now playing in feel the ripples of their efforts from their previous adventures, and then the legends.
They hear these like little like campfire stories about
right.
Like 20, 30, or like 5 how many years ago.
Yeah, or worse, it's been 2 months ago.
That like this group reminds the town of, or like, oh, you remind me of this dude that we knew once before, and it's like their old character.
Right.
Or oh, there was this wonderful party of hooligans who we took a chance on, and so
exactly. Like, we didn't trust adventurers, and we took a chance on them, and it turns out now we have like we found a traditional, like we've overcome that, and now we have even a holiday maybe because of them. And in learning,
like we honor these adventurers who saved our town, but met an unsavory fate.
Exactly. They get to experience what Freyren does.
Is very fun. I've done that before.
Yeah, it's so much fun.
One shot.
Yeah, because it's at that point where it's not so like they don't just get to feel they don't just get to think about the what ifs. They get to feel those moments, knowing that it's just like, one, as a GM, you actually cared about the story that happened to them, right, and the things that they got to do in those adventures, and two, they get to continue doing more, right? And they get to play around, and it's like, oh wait, so all these items exist? Loot their body. Kidding. Or any other interpretation of the question is completely fine too.
Where's my sword?
Ooh, part referring to the idea from the characters abandoning their job to save their family. What if they couldn't or were too late anyways? Or any interpretation of the question is plenty fine too. Honestly, yeah, even if they couldn't save their family or they're too late, it does create sometimes better story than what a GM would anticipate, right? Because
Yeah.
whichever way you go, like you'll always think to like as from a writing standpoint, you'll always think like I wonder how the party would have handled if they were too late. Would have been more like thing? Would have been more fun, or have like more weighted gravity? You'll never fully know. But whatever choice you make, however the party handles that, just feels a lot more satisfying than let's take the job though, because money. Where the reward for them is just emotional closure instead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In the situation of the party going with the one dude to find his parents,
Yeah.
in that case, both their parents, his parents, both of them were alive and they were well, and they even managed to smuggle them out of the city, so they weren't in danger anymore.
Yeah. I love that
and that's actually why the naval combat happened. Funny enough, that I mentioned earlier, because they were smuggling them out of the city and they were sailing away. But then a bunch of like guards were like, "Wait a minute, did you sign off on that? We didn't sign off on that. Did you? There's a boat leaving. Like no one's supposed to be leaving here." And because the whole thing was like, oh, if people leave, then the sickness could spread.
Yeah.
Right? Now the party, while none of them were sick, guards didn't necessarily know that, and nor were they going to let the party leave anyway, right?
Because it doesn't matter, because like it could be on your clothes, it could be anything,
the whole bunch of things.
Yeah.
And that's why that naval combat happened.
Yeah, and it's total like it's totally fair
through a cannon,
right? Oh yeah, and it's totally fair for like the authorities and stuff to react the way they did, because if that happens here, and it totally has, like IRL, like yeah, no one is gonna support their decisions to do so, right? Like they've chose like even though what they did was like very human, if like you step back and you realize, yeah, no, that's still committing a very big crime and you're endangering everybody, right? But in those moments, that's out the window. And as like playing in a group, I still freaking love it. I'm here for it. Because it's
going from realizing we don't necessarily have to be like heroes all the time. We can have these very
the gray area
moments of I would rather my family be safe than to be held in like this glory.
Yeah. Like we like you guys are the guys who endangered everybody else. You guys put up the disease. Like yeah. Did you ever wonder why? And then you realize it's just like, you know, there are moments of just gray areas of like neutral, like it's realizing that it's your characters and the NPCs, neither side is going to be satisfied. It's just whatever decision they come up to in the end.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how the party would feel. Let the invasive thoughts win. Kill their family. See what happens. Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you on that part. Not that I would necessarily kill them, but I would let them have a difficult time saving them. I sometimes feel like being a GM is having the fun of not just being like babysitting, like, you know, a pack of crazy psychopaths rolling dice, but rather realizing that you were like, oh, I can hold experiments. I can have thought experiments. Let's put you through a trolley problem as many times as I can.
Oh, trolley problem. I had a DM that put us through a trolley situation.
Mm-hmm.
In a one shot.
Oh wow.
So this is probably the funniest one shot we've ever had. We were a group of skeletons in a dungeon.
Wait,
and we all suddenly gained sentience was the idea, and we wanted to explore the world. That was the idea of the one shot.
Yeah.
And the DM had a few things he wanted to do. And the way the one shot ended was there was this well
Yeah.
in the village that I don't entirely remember. This was years and years ago. But the village well was like poisoned and it was gonna like explode or something from like
Yeah.
magic. And the solution we came up with was if we throw ourselves in the well, then the explosion is gonna get dampened and the village is gonna be fine. Or, you know, we could have just ran and survived. But because it was a one shot, we were like, you know what? Let's have a satisfying conclusion. And we were like, we just jump in the well.
Eat the magic.
So we
That's
died.
so funny.
But you just imagine like this village was like terrified of like these skeletons wandering around.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh my god, the village is gonna like explode soon. And then those 3 skeletons, bum bum bum, boom.
They jumped on a grenade. I see that this is one of those things where I would love to remember that as a legend, like a local legend of the villagers understanding that something was going on and that the village was about to go down. And suddenly these skeletons show up and they just threw themselves down a well, right? Or you have a local legend of why the heck did those skeletons throw themselves down a well? We'll never know. Some people think about it. Even to this day, we'll never know the truth.
It was a very silly one shot. I think we played for 8-ish hours.
Mm-hmm. Damn. That I'm
and
jealous.
we were having a sleepover that night.
Yeah.
And we played for like 8-ish or so hours, if I recall correctly. And it was, we were like learning what's it like to be human again. Like, we don't have memories of our past, but like we're sentient again, and suddenly we can go to taverns, and while we can't drink, we can mingle. And one character the DM kept saying like there was this like cat around the village.
Oh.
And one of the players kept wanting to like pet it, but the cat would not let it at all. But every time we were back in town, because they would be like, oh, we would overhear this thing, and we would go and try to solve it like as stealthily as we could, because we're skeletons, we don't want to scare people.
Yeah.
And then we would hear about another thing. It was essentially side quests, the like one shot, and it ended with, do we want to stay alive or save the village? And we were like, I mean, the very fun and satisfying conclusion, jump in the well.
Well, it's funny because like from a story standpoint, you could just be like, and in that moment, the dead had never felt so alive and threw themselves down a well. Kind of.
I don't remember too much else about that one shot, but other than like that.
Yeah. Oh man, now I'm in the headspace of what if what if a single zombie or like a party of zombies within a town that had long been turned into zombies just suddenly regain their sentience, and now they have to deal with being afraid of their other zombies because they just realized how gross it is. Like, guys, we need to get the heck out of here. What do you mean? Well, they're zombies too. Yeah, but they're nasty. but what about you? Shush.
The well absorbed your life force and took it as a trigger and leveled half the city. No!
The juicy magic. That too could have also happened. That's pretty funny.
Oh, that would have been so funny.
Ooh, I guess kind of as we're coming at the tail end of this, I did want to ask, how did you handle backstories of players within the adventures? Right? Like how much of their play agency did you include from their backstories to affect their adventure or adventures?
It would depend on the level of detail the players would do.
I see.
Obviously, the more detail I had, the more I had to work with.
Yeah.
I love working player backstories into a campaign, though.
I do too.
I think it's one of the best feelings as a player, or no, I would say it's one of the best feelings as a player.
Yeah.
It's just like see like the character that I've built even like before like this campaign necessarily takes place. Like oh, that like it makes me feel alive as that character.
Yeah.
Like the dude's parents being in that city that was ridden with a plague. In that same campaign, the monk of the party was like a wanderer, and he had friends from like all over, and he canonically knew like this mermaid who, whenever they were on their boat, would occasionally like pop by. There was another one whose backstory was they were kind of like not like a slave, but like this kind of like prisoner of one of the royal families in the world. And so we didn't quite get to the point where we got to really dive into it.
Yeah.
But there was a few times when someone from like that kind of like sphere would see them, and like that player, I would notify them of being like, hey, like you recognize like this like crest on like this person's like clothing or this or that, and that would like send like their player into like panic mode almost.
But just as soon as like the detail enters in, they're like, wait. Oh, uh-oh.
Because they were really worried, their player wise, were very worried that if like they were seen, then that royal family was gonna try to like bring them back. And they're essentially like they flee, but they were like a refugee almost.
Yeah.
So they didn't want to go back, kind of thing.
Oh man, I love.
I love working player backstories into a campaign.
I loved, at least for this campaign that I'm running now, right? Like I didn't necessarily wait for them to just write me some of the backstories, and at the same time, some of them wrote it on their own, and then I kind of worked with them to help ground it into the world, because I liked the fact that doing so with them not only grounds them into it, but it gives them something to fight for before the campaign ever starts. And then at the same time, keeping them, like what I learned from my boy Corvo is actually letting, like, one, working with them to help ground it, and two, giving them a chance to play their character before the adventure actually begins in a session 0, like a session prologue, really, right? Where give me your backstory and let's have you play that character just a little bit after that backstory ends, so that you're technically coming from that backstory into where you are now. That way the pain is fresh, if there is pain. No, let's not kill them.
That's neat.
Yeah.
Doing like a mini session 1 or session 0 for their backstory. I haven't done many session 0s like that before.
Yeah. Neither have I. This was my first time, and it totally helped. And because, one, I'm bringing in a new player, right? And sad to say, one of my other players is going to switch out, not necessarily leaving the table, but switching out from a full-time player to an occasional part-time guest player. Like they might make a cameo as an NPC, or they might actually get to join into one of the shorter adventures, like for a few sessions. Just kind of a thing, because that way their story doesn't feel incomplete, and two, they get to play D&D anyway. But what I think they didn't expect, because I think when they told me that they were going to be unable to dedicate all their time to actually play at our table, one, they didn't realize at the time when they told it to me that I had already introduced characters in their past to the new player that's coming in. And like we said about the downtime and allowing the players to talk to each other, a lot of that ended up being the culmination of the last session that we played just this week, where a session beforehand, she finds out 2 of her kidnapped siblings, because she told me that she's the oldest of 7, good God,
Oh my god.
Right, two of her siblings are somewhere out in the world after being sold off and then realizing that they're now on their own journey. Two of them have been are MIA still, and the other two are at the worst state right now because one seems to be going crazy and the other one is trying to stop it. And so the player and the character's getting sent to a bit of a panic, but the player is also getting sent into a panic. But my favorite part was, I think she was nervous that she doesn't get to see the ending of, her characters. But there was a weird moment of, or like there was an unexpected moment of catharsis in realizing that two of her siblings are actually okay and have already been introduced to the new player, and gives them a chance to talk of like, hey, listen, I met your siblings. They're okay. They're fine. The other ones, I can't really be much help for, but if you gotta leave, here's where they're going. And at least this takes off a weight of the shoulder. I started listening to them in session, and I'm like, are you fucking crying?
No.
I was like, excuse, huh? How did that happen? But at the same time, I'm like, shit.
That's so fun.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I love using their backstories. It's when they don't give me much where I'm just like, all right, then I hope you build something here, because that'll be at least fun for you, and we'll try to work together on it if in case. Let me see. Now, kind of reaching the end here. I guess one of, if not the last question. I wish I was creative. Listen, half of the creativity that happens is just listening to the players and realizing that like the things that they set up together can overlap meaningfully. Because I didn't even expect them to be like, oh, you would have met this player's siblings in game. I was just like, no, you just told me where you wanted to be. Like, okay, bet. And your backstory actually overlaps with their backstory. I can put you together into the same place that they were at months ago, and now you're going to reach them. Fun.
Yeah, like, and also one of the better D&D tips I learned, especially when starting out, take from creative medias, such as like there's the traditional like Lord of the Rings and even like Baldur's Gate.
Yes.
But you could take almost from anything. Like I mentioned earlier, totally just ripped the Creeper Sun Poison from Troll Hunters.
Yeah.
Or there's been people that just like steal entire like plot hooks from like Mistborn, or I'm trying to think. There was a campaign that a friend of mine ran. I wasn't a player in it, but I heard some stories from it. It was very like post-apocalyptic. It was very like Fallout themed in like the world of D&D. Because it was like, I think it was a small party. It was a family, the players.
Yeah.
And their youngest sibling was kidnapped.
Damn.
Very like Fallout, for like, oh, we have to go find my son. We have to go find our little brother vibes, right?
Yeah.
So in this kind of like, it was a campaign, from what I know of, that was very like, barren of resources, because there was like this great war of like magic.
Yeah.
I was like, that's probably one of the more creative like campaigns I've like heard of. Is you took everyone at that table liked Fallout,
yeah.
And so you took Fallout and then made it into like D&D.
Yeah.
Like that's so neat.
Yeah, and honestly, it's just like having a basis and taking it from another media doesn't mean you're doesn't necessarily mean you're plagiarizing it, right? Like you're starting off with the same base, just as much as every tree in a forest starts out as a seed. But how it grows from there is where the creativity really goes in. I'm okay-ish.
Yeah.
Bouncing off of other people. I can be pretty competent editing, modifying things, but being creative, putting things together, making decisions is rough. Just in general, though I can't do DM things and I haven't had the chance to be a player yet.
That's also so
That is
real.
also, yeah, it's a really big feeling.
Finding
honestly, yep.
someone who's willing to take the GM role for
Yeah.
even for like a small bit can be very rough.
Yeah. And honestly, just like even though connecting the dots is genuinely difficult. I have had to circle around some of these ideas for days sometimes. Because just like working like characters' backstories together, right, in a campaign, part of it is trying to separate the short-term goals and seeing what's possible for them, and just kind of not cementing anything and just understanding that you have information with you, and then also trying to recall all of the long-term stuff and trying to find out what overlaps there, right? Because once you find those overlaps, things do get easier, but finding them can be such a difficult start. Like, no matter how well they play together and no matter how different their characters are, like, it's gonna be a bit. So I totally get that. Ooh.
Also, something players typically, at least from personal experience, when they see something they recognize, they're usually pointing out, being like, "Oh my god, did you take this from X media?" But it's, at least in, again, personal experience, it's never oh, you just like took this, bruh. Yeah. It's usually like, oh my god, like, that's so
it's
fun.
Usually just a fun realization.
That's silly. Like, that's cool to get to see this in this game we're playing. Like, I totally had a puzzle that was just one of those like Skyward Sword boss keys, which is essentially just a weird like geometric shape that you have to put in the right way. And one of my party members was like, "Is this literally just a Skyward Sword boss key?" And I was like, "Maybe."
Yeah, it feels like
They're
it's
like,
a fun
awesome.
to use. Yeah, it feels like it can be like a fun thing of, knowing that they'll probably understand the reference, but watching to see how long it takes them to find out the joke. And in which case, that's also part of the heart of D&D, is the fun of, like, wait a minute, did you? And you giving them like the most shit-eating grin, knowing damn well you absolutely did.
No.
Yeah. Like, I'm trying to work out a possible boss encounter where the difficulty isn't so much how beefy or powerful the boss is, but rather how much of a nuisance the mechanic or the gimmick of the encounter is, and seeing how long it takes them to realize, wait a minute, you motherfucker, his magic is Tetris. And trying to find out how to work Tetris into magic. I have an idea.
That's kind of sick.
Yeah, I have ideas, so maybe it'd be fun.
Something that I haven't gotten to do before, but something I've always wanted to do. Someone was like, "Oh, if you ever want to run like this big like horde battle, but don't want to throw like 30 different like
Minis.
creatures at a party, because that's obviously so many for any party to deal with." I can't remember what the creature is called, but like not golems, but there's a
Kaiju.
a clone creature that is essentially just, you could be maybe no. They might have just been like used golems and then just like homebrew. There's the other stat block over it. But essentially the idea was have that horde of creatures that you want, but have all their HPs on like 1 to like 5 essentially. So any hit you do will dwindle the numbers, but you still have this feeling of this giant horde is surrounding the party.
No, I get it. No, that's something that's something I deal with.
So instead of
now.
having to take like
Yeah.
3-4 turns to take down one creature,
Yeah.
every turn a creature's going down.
Yeah, horde tactics.
But there's still that overwhelming dread of, oh my god, there's so many, what do we do?
Yeah, because if
I've always wanted to run that, but I've been too scared to run it out of the fear of like that. I feel like that could so easily go wrong.
No, I fully understand it. It is genuinely scary because it's like until you realize what's happening, it's a situation of we gotta run, right? Because you don't, as players, you don't know. It's swarm tactics. And it's just like, just like how when you introduce swarm things, right? Like you start reducing its size, the more HP it dies down, and this is just that on a bigger scale. Right, so yeah, they have a little bit less armor, they have a little bit less HP each, and they start dwindling because, you know, you take down in groups. But that doesn't mean they're any less dangerous because the more of them that reach you, the harder they hit. So it becomes a point of we need to take down as many of them as possible before they reach us. Otherwise, bang owie.
Bang, owie.
Yeah. But that's so much fun. And part of what I like about taking from different media is because sometimes when someone gets really truly creative about the various dangers and it introduces you to just a completely different world of possibilities, when you're the one witnessing that, a part of you is just like, yo, I wonder if I could do that. I wonder how I would do that if I could, like if I could run it. Right? Yep. And so you just want to see if you can do it successfully, and at the same time, can it be fun? And what happens if your players are going to do it, right? Because you get to change the context. And it's just wild. Oh. Ooh. Kind of going on tail end still. One of my last questions that I will ask is, what was... I forget if I actually asked this earlier on. Like, what would you say was one of the more difficult parts of being a GM that took you a while? Something like, what was something that felt like a... No, I definitely did ask it. Never mind.
Yeah,
so in which case
like one of the bigger hurdles, because for me, it was really early in, but learning to not railroad.
Yeah, railroad. Yeah.
Because I was younger. I was much younger, but that was like, it was very difficult to get around that idea of this isn't about me wanting to tell a story. It's about it's a collective storytell.
Yeah. Ooh. How about let me shift that from the GM to as a role player and as a player in general. What was harder parts of you getting into the game?
Ooh. Probably two different parts to this. First one, I would say, in some cases, I know a lot of people feel the same way to some degree. Sometimes when trying to have this like character, it can feel like the rules don't allow you to be this character sometimes.
Yeah.
Now that I'm older and know the system a lot better, it doesn't really bother me too much. I am more than happy working around the system.
Yeah.
But especially for newer players, wanting to, like, you get this idea in your head of like, oh, I want to play like, this type of character, but how do I do that when there's this rule that prevents me, or like our level kind of prevents me, this or that. But then, more specifically as a role player, seeing other players in the same party, now it doesn't really bother me because, I mean, as long as like the table's having fun, like I'm jamming.
Yeah.
But something that used to bother me was if I was playing like a much more roleplay focused character, as I traditionally do.
Yeah.
Seeing some do like Hexblade Warlock and just kind of like super like min max.
I see.
Because I would be like, well, I'm trying to play this character.
Yeah. Oh shit.
But it's difficult for me to play this
I'm
character.
so sorry.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. I was not expecting.
No,
Oh
you're good.
God.
You're good.
Guys. Oh God. Oh, there's so many of you. Alistair, Shiki, Asher. Oh God. Pan Pan, God. Thank you for the raids, guys. I'm pretty sure I just saw you guys playing. Uh. Oh God, they were playing Elden Ring. Oh no, not Elden Ring. Dark Souls remastered. Oh wait, you guys are what playing? Oh my God, there's so many. I'm actually kind of losing it. You guys are doing seamless co-op, I imagine.
You.
Just guards, please shout them out. It's me. I'm the guard. I'm the only one. Yeah.
Who is this man?
This is so funny. You guys are catching me at like near the tail end of like the last few questions. But at the same time, guys, for those of you coming in, friends, family, friends, strangers, cheese, wheels of cheese, various gnomes and such. I'm here with Alice. I keep sometimes forgetting your actual full handle. I'm here with Alice Lonely Girl. If you guys want to check them out, I genuinely hope you do. She's cool as heck. Oh God, who did I successfully shout out so far? But yeah, my name is Shade Tomato. I'm a variety streamer. But before that, let me introduce you guys one more time. Alice, please tell them who is you. Where can we find you? What you got?
Oh, I'm Alice. I'm known on Twitch and on Twitter as Alice Loner Girl, and on YouTube as Alice from Wonderland. I do a lot of Yap content. Do a lot of variety games in general. I just like to stream. I like to be a silly little goober. I can be found almost anywhere though, even TikTok. Even though I don't post there, really.
Okay, I was gonna say. I was like, wait a minute, you're on TikTok? I gotta find you. Let me
I
see.
am, but I'm not really.
I
always forget I have a TikTok.
I just mainly if I make a clip, I send it on both YouTube and TikTok because why not?
See, that's smart. I always forget I have TikTok, so I just never open it.
Yeah, go another 3 hours. No, we can't. It's 2 a.m. for me. Oh, it's 2 a.m. for both of us. We're both ESD. Oh shoot.
Yeah.
Oh man. But kind of coming back. Oh no, my brain. Where were we?
What's the big hurdle as a
right
player?
As a player. Oh right, and you were telling me about hey, you're kind of more leaning into the role play, and then spotting someone who was more into the min-max part of it, right?
Yeah, making a character that was super strong.
Yeah.
Because at the time I'd be oh, it's hard for me to shine as a character here when there's this objectively stronger character.
Yeah. Oh,
I doesn't really bother
feel
me
that
anymore.
Yeah, I definitely had to let go of that.
Getting into D&D, it did bother me.
Yeah, I definitely had to let go of that aspect as well. We're realizing I really shouldn't care about whether or not my character is strong enough to shine. It's fun to have moments of shining, right? But I think I got more lax when I stopped expecting whether or not my character would. And I definitely took inspiration from Sam Riegel, who was I wrote this entire backstory and gave it to Matt Mercer, the GM, and just decided, hey, here's this character's backstory. I don't care whether or not we never explore it. This is just to help me explain my character so that I can roleplay them better. And I was just fuck, bet, okay, yeah. So I've kind of been going with that, and it definitely helped me somewhat. I've just gotten lucky with DMs who actually try to put it in which case I'm oh fuck, okay, I guess we're doing it. I'm also kind of with you though, but more so not the fact of not wanting my character to be outshined by someone who's min-maxing, but more apart the fact of somewhere along the way it's just okay, I see the expectation to min-max and to be really strong, but I also want to know where you and I can meet halfway between narration, narrative and mechanics, to have something meaningful. Because I definitely had a player, not me, not when I was a GM, but it was within like the big 8-person group. It was their first time playing a bard, and they had genuine trouble with it because they just were not used to being a role player. And they eventually actually was just like, can you just kill off my character so I can play a battle master fighter again? Because they were just very much into war games and they liked being able to fight. And I realized it early on because before the campaign started, they were very much proud of the fact that they could be like, I can reach 40 ace armor class in a single turn. And I was like, that's great, buddy. But inside I was just like, yeah, but what's that gonna do for us?
What does that do?
Yeah, it's just like,
what do
how
we
to
achieve by doing
yeah,
this?
like that's great for you to do in a turn, but the next turn you can't do that. And also, how does that help me in any way? Not so much like in a transactional way, right? But it's just like as either
How
a
does it
scene
benefit the
partner,
party?
exactly, as a scene partner and as a party member. Like, it'd be great if you can do that for like a very, very crucial moment, but I can't expect you to do that every battle. And if you do, then it takes away something from the GM, because then they have to take that into account, and in which case that actually ends up hurting the rest of us, because they'll try to make the encounters harder than everyone else can take, right? In which case, you know, oopsie doopsie. No, because something has to take a hit. Okay, but because
No, I get that though,
Yeah.
for sure.
yeah, and because my voice is definitely taking damage, I guess it's time for the final line of questioning. By line of questioning, as in I'll try to my best to keep it at the one question, but it never does.
Real?
Yeah. So we've been talking about like your experiences, the things that you've had difficulties for as a player and as a GM, and one of my favorite ways to kind of tie things off and end it is I want to talk more about like the person. So my question is, who did you see yourself, like how did you see yourself before stepping into the realm of role playing and TRPG, and like how different is that person from who you are now, and like, you know, what they've gone through, right? And how, like, is there a part of you that has ever just taken the time to think about how you might have ended up if you'd never gotten into TRPG or the hobbies of like role playing and such?
That's actually an insanely good question, because even before joining the SMP, I was very into roleplay, like Minecraft servers.
Mm-hmm.
So D&D is what like really sparked, I think, my joy for role playing.
Damn.
But eventually, I would go and join a Minecraft server where I met some friends, a couple of who I still talk to on occasion.
Yeah.
But I was such a different person back then. Like, radically different. And I think part of me at the time saw a lot of the way I would roleplay.
Mm-hmm.
I still do it in some degree with some characters I do.
Yeah.
But a lot more back then, would roleplay a character that was very me feeling still, like a glorified, like, this is who I want to
Like
be.
an elevated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And now I really enjoy doing these different wacky characters of, like, people who I would normally, like, you know, never, like, be normally.
Yeah. That is
But
an interesting realization for me.
I was
Okay.
a very different person for sure. And less of roleplaying itself and directly changed me, but the path
The
that
character
kind of, like,
bleed, yes.
eventually let me down.
Yeah.
Definitely added a lot of character development for me as a person,
Mm-hmm.
and let me to meet a lot of cool people, especially Silent Echo in that whole SMP. Because if I
Yeah.
didn't get into D&D, I probably wouldn't be in Swole.
Same. The various journeys through it. Ugh. God damn.
It's been a it's a I love role playing. It's definitely a big part of me,
Yeah.
especially now. But it is really fun to be like, oh man, back when I got into D&D, I was very shy with how I played my characters, very closed off. I was very like kind of nervous. People would like make fun of me. But now I love like going to a table and my first like foot forward is me playing this like loud character and like very proudly like announcing myself at the table of like, I'm XX of so and so region, whatever.
Yeah.
When once upon a time I would be like, oh, I am so and so. I like flowers, I guess.
I'm here somehow.
I'm just
Don't
a
worry about it.
goober, I guess.
Yeah. Here's my interests.
I have met a lot of good friends though, because of our mutual like share enjoyment of role playing.
Yeah, I feel like it's
Who is
definitely
this
added
man?
such a layer on how I treat games since I started, right?
Yeah.
Like more than just the stats, more than just the thing, just the ability to think about whatever character you're playing in a different way and approaching it to being like, you know, either as a gimmick or a theme or you know, what you can set for yourself as a challenge, right? Kind of like how Nuzlockers tend to create rules for themselves in a similar way. It's like that. Flowers are alright, I suppose.
I definitely find myself playing like characters like in RPGs, whether it's something like Skyrim or something that's a lot more like the player character itself is in proper entity. Like let's take like Skyrim versus Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
Skyrim, you have this like husk of a character that the player can fully form out to be themselves.
Yeah.
Love playing games like those because I get to embody this like who is my like dragonborn in this game, right? But then even in Cyberpunk, I love like stepping into the minds of like, sure, I could do this, but like what do I think V would do?
Yeah.
I
What kind of
enjoy
V
doing
am
like
I?
playthroughs of games thinking how like the character would probably think.
Yeah. And just like the little tweaks that make each playthrough different. So you're not just like you know, I'm not just replaying Skyrim and it's like trying a different optimized build, but rather just trying a completely different build no matter how goofy and just being like seeing if it can tackle the world in that headspace. You get to make your character
Skyrim with 100 speech and nothing but
yeah. You get to make your character, but also given to be great to be given a role. Yeah. And like you said, honestly, it's such a strange yet somehow very common phenomenon to a lot of new like players and role players that I've found that there's this shift, right, of going in from like a sense of anxiety and breaking out of like making characters that are, how do I say this, elevated versions of yourself. They're like elevated self inserts, right? Like I feel like the self insert always comes in as one of your first few characters, even if you don't fully realize it, right? But it's a form of trying to step outside of yourself to be someone else, even if that someone else is just another part of you that you may or may not have realized, right? And then it kind of goes from that breakout like that breaking out of your shell moment to play some of those characters, and then realizing that like because this character is basically just another part of you, you realize this character can do this because of it's not just because of who they are, but because of who I am. So being able to do these things and taking it back to myself is realizing that I had just been able to do this all along. It's just that now I have a place to explore it. That's not necessarily therapy, but it's definitely therapeutic.
Amen.
Yeah. And then at the same time, there also becomes a shift of, okay, I've broken out of my shell. Let's see what else we can do. And so the ideas for characters start to get sillier and sillier. Because I definitely want to play a fairy barbarian who wears a sweater vest and is an office worker who's discovering he has anger issues, pent up anger issues, and that's his rage.
Wait, that's kind of metal. I love that.
Because it's just like, how does a character who's just like really, really nice rage, right? Like okay, bet. How about I don't make him curse? I just make him like Flanders from The Simpsons, but like in a different way. And that's just like, it's just fun to think about, just insulting people and feeling just a little bit bad about it. Yeah. Ooh. In my opinion, free will is overrated. I'm much happier being given a role, a script, and work with it. Just better to be told what to do. You know what? I can see that. Honestly, it does.
It makes me think of players like I've seen there's like two groups of players, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can break this into as many categories as one necessarily.
Yeah.
But I've seen like two big categories of like there's the role players and then there's like the theater watchers in terms of like players sometimes.
Yeah.
Some players are just happy to sit there, like look at their sheet and do what they need to do, right?
Yeah.
And then you have players like us who love playing up their character.
Yeah.
And both are completely valid and
exactly.
fun in their own regard.
And honestly, each of them have their place. Because
exactly.
Just like how if you have multiple role players, or worse, you have multiple main characters, which is a problem in and of itself. It's just that it ends up becoming a vie for the mic and who feels the most special out of it. And it's just like, when you have the different types of people in a party, sometimes you end up solving the problems that you would think would arise because, you know, having multiple people of the same type is great if they know how to balance it and, like, you know, give each other a chance. But if they're just there of the same type, then the problems multiply as much as, you know, the seemingly held benefits.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, that being said, we are hitting literally less than you're going to 8.5 hours, and I'm going to 4. Jesus Christ, it's 2:30 a.m. So
it's so late. Oh my god.
Question: do you have anyone you would like to raid out to?
Let me see real quick.
Let's see.
Oh man, there's this really cool streamer, Shaved
Oh?
Tomato. I could raid out to. No, none of my friends are streaming right now.
Yeah, I'm also trying to see like who's on right now that I know. I do see one. Ooh, they're trying out the new Pal World, and one on Marvel Rivals. If you like,
yeah, the new Power World update came out, and Volume 9 or Season 9 of Rivals came out.
Yeah.
Same day.
Let me see. Would you be all right if we, like?
Yeah.
I mean, all right, bet. Let me send you their name, mainly because I wanna mess with them. Let me see. So this is 2 underscores. That is their name. Yeah, I was looking for one. I was just like, well, there's the first one I see who's on. Bet. Oh man, do you have
on
any
Rivals,
tips?
right?
Yeah. Do you have any tips for anyone who's either new to the game or interested in the game that, something that you've learned and has really stuck out to you?
Ooh, my tip for any new DM or people learning to DM is the no, but, and yes, and rule.
Yes! Oh my god, yes.
If a player asks to do something, it never feels like too great to be told no.
Yeah.
But the no, but rule is a surprisingly underrated
Right?
tool in a DM's kit.
Yeah.
I'm like, Ian, while you can't do this, but you can maybe like do X instead.
Yeah. Like it's not like you have to completely shut them down, but you can find avenues of opportunity to do something similar or even build up to it, even if you can't do it right now. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, that's great. Guys, this has been so much fun. This has been Ales at the Yapping Porthole with Alice, Lonely Girl. I hope if you haven't managed to check her out, you totally should. And for anyone who's meeting me for the first time, thank you for letting me have this chance to yap with Alice for you. So, they're really cool. I'm gonna start the raid.
Thanks for having me. This was super fun.
I'm so glad, to finally have you on here, because you've been on my list, buddy. I have a list. That's right.
Oh god, I'm on the list.
There you go.
Yeah, this is super fun. Thanks for having me. Thanks for the yaps. Super fun. Thanks
I definitely gotta find out more.
Who watched stream was fucking 8.5 hours. I've not gone for a big stream like this in so long.
Dude, it's been a while.
Very fun to do sometimes.
Yeah. And you know what? This just means I now have more excuse to bring you back on for other stories I want to hear about from past adventures and other things, and maybe other topics.
Feel free to hit me up anytime. I'm more than happy to
cyberpunk
do a part 2 or anything.
I would love to do a cyberpunk exploration topic. That'd be great.
Bet.
Yeah, hell yeah! People are learning a lot about D&D, or even the hobbies. That's my favorite part. That's why I do these shit. But yeah. I'm gonna start off the raid to my friend Yukiko01, who's currently playing Marvel Rivals.
Alright, I will do the same then.
Oh, what do you mean invalid? Excuse me. Oh, because I've. Let me see if that one works out. What do you mean invalid? Excuse me. Am I spelling things wrong? What's going on here? I'm being.
Oh man, I'm so excited to play the new season of Marvel Rivals.
Dude, it's pretty fun. There you go. And as a raid message, because I finally learned to make raid messages, if you're following me, you have a chance to use my cheeks. And if you
spread the love and it's your cheeks, that's mwah, beautiful.
Because awesome. I finally had a chance to be like, it's funny because I made my follower emote raid message before I made the free message, and I was like, just copy and pasting that one and having to edit it, and I was like, frick. Oh man, but I'm gonna switch over from thing and just let music play, guys. It's been so much fun, but I'm gonna say good night from my end. Good night. Good night.
Thanks for hanging out with us tonight, guys. It's been a big blast.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys next week. Have a wonderful weekend. Have a wonderful night. And show, how do you say it? Yukiko?
Yeah, Yukiko01.
Is that name? Show Yukiko some love. They're playing Rivals, and you know what? In this climate, season 9, can't imagine it's easy.
But good night, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.